Journal entry number N73, 15th October, 1895.
As I sit in my study this autumn evening, the firelight casting dancing shadows across these pages, I find myself compelled to record the strangest case Holmes and I ever encountered, one where beauty itself became the instrument of death, where the most innocent of artists' pigments concealed a murderer's malice, and where a woman we thought belonged only to Holmes's past would prove instrumental in exposing a crime that the art world of London would have preferred to keep buried in silence. It has been some months now since the conclusion of what the newspapers dubbed the Crimson Portrait Affair, though that sensational title does little justice to the subtle horror and profound sadness that characterized the case. Even now, as the October wind rattles the window panes and the gas lamps flicker in the street below, I can close my eyes and see it all with perfect clarity. The studio bathed in that peculiar northern light so prized by painters, the half-finished portrait with its luminous, almost unearthly quality, and the pale face of the victim, frozen in an expression that haunted my dreams for weeks afterward. But I am getting ahead of myself, as Holmes would no doubt observe with that mixture of amusement and mild exasperation he reserves for my narrative tendencies. Let me begin, as I should, at the beginning, though even now I confess I am uncertain precisely where that beginning truly lies. Was it the morning a desperate man appeared at our Baker Street lodgings? Or did it begin years earlier, in the rivalry-soaked studios and galleries of London's art world, where ambition and jealousy had been festering like an unattended wound? Perhaps it matters little. What I do know is that the case began for me on a Thursday morning in late March of 1894, one of those deceptive spring days when London pretends at warmth and renewal while keeping winter's chill in reserve. I had risen early, as was my habit, and found Holmes already ensconced in his favourite chair, surrounded by what appeared to be a small mountain of correspondence. The morning papers lay scattered and unread, never a good sign, for it meant my friend's formidable intellect was either deeply engaged or dangerously understimulated. "Ah, Watson," he said, without looking up from the letter he was examining with his magnifying lens, "you will be pleased to know that your literary efforts have borne fruit. We have no fewer than 3 new inquiries this morning, 2 of which appear to present some modest interest." I poured myself coffee from the pot Mrs. Hudson had left on the sideboard, noting with satisfaction that it was still tolerably hot. "I'm gratified to hear it, though I must remind you, Holmes, that I write accounts of your cases to document your methods, not merely to drum up business." Of course," he replied absently, though the slight quirk of his lips suggested amusement. "Though you'll forgive me for noting that the 2 purposes are not mutually exclusive. This letter, for instance." He held up a sheet of expensive cream-coloured stationery. "References your account of the Beryl coronet case specifically. The writer expresses particular admiration for your description of my seemingly miraculous deductions, though I note he tactfully refrains from mentioning your characterization of my bohemian habits." I smiled despite myself. I believe I described them as irregular, rather than bohemian. A distinction without a difference, my dear fellow. He set down the letter and finally turned his full attention to me, his keen grey eyes showing that particular gleam that always preceded an interesting case. "But come, have your coffee and settle yourself. Our prospective client should arrive within the quarter hour, and I fancy you'll want to observe this one carefully, the case presents certain features that may prove instructive. You've already determined it's worth our attention, then? Provisionally, Holmes replied, steepling his fingers in that characteristic gesture I had come to know so well. The letter itself reveals much about the writer, his profession, his current state of mind, and the general nature of his difficulty. But I prefer to reserve final judgment until I've had the opportunity to observe the man himself. I knew better than to ask Holmes to reveal his deductions prematurely. Instead, I took my seat in my customary chair and prepared to wait, sipping my coffee and watching the street below through the window. Baker Street was coming alive with its usual morning commerce, tradesmen making deliveries, clerks hurrying to their offices, a knife grinder pushing his cart and calling out his services in a voice worn thin by years of use. It was a scene of such comfortable normalcy that the horror lurking in an artist's studio seemed impossibly distant. But then, that has always been one of the peculiar characteristics of detective work, the way in which the extraordinary and the mundane exist side by side, separated only by the thinnest of veils. "Tell me, Watson," Holmes said suddenly, breaking the comfortable silence, "what do you know of portrait painting?" I considered the question, a bit surprised by its direction. "Very little, I'm afraid. I appreciate a well-executed portrait when I see one, but I've never given much thought to the technical aspects of the craft." "Why do you ask?" "Because unless I am very much mistaken, our visitor's difficulties are intimately connected with that particular branch of artistic endeavour. The letter speaks of a tragedy during a sitting and circumstances that defy natural explanation. The stationery, the quality of the handwriting, and certain other details suggest a man accustomed to working with his hands in precise, delicate ways, an artist rather than, say, a surgeon, though the two professions share certain characteristics." Before I could respond, the sound of a cab pulling up before our doctor drew our attention. Through the window, I could see a man of perhaps 45 years alighting with the careful movements of one labouring under great distress. He was well dressed in a somewhat artistic style, a wide-brimmed hat, a flowing cravat, a coat of excellent quality but unconventional cut. Even from this distance, I could see the pallor of his face and the way his hands trembled as he paid the cabman. "Stage fright before the performance," Holmes murmured. "Or perhaps simply the natural trepidation of a man about to confide in strangers regarding matters that may determine his entire future. We shall see." Mrs. Hudson's footsteps sounded on the stairs, followed by her familiar knock. "Mr. Sebastian Ashworth, to see you, Mr. Holmes," she announced, showing in our visitor. The man who entered our sitting room was, I saw immediately, in a state of profound agitation, barely held in check by the thinnest veneer of composure. He was indeed a gentleman in his middle years, with the kind of face that would have been handsome had it not been so thoroughly ravaged by worry and sleeplessness. His clothes, which I now saw to be of fine quality, hung on him as though he had recently lost a significant amount of weight. But it was his hands that drew my medical attention, long, elegant fingers stained with traces of pigment that no amount of scrubbing had entirely removed, and a slight tremor that suggested either illness or extreme nervous exhaustion. "Mr. Holmes," he began, his voice hoarse with emotion. I hardly know where to begin. The letter I wrote. It can only have given you the barest outline of my situation. The reality is far worse, far more terrible than I could commit to paper. Holmes gestured to the chair opposite his own. "Please, Mr. Ashworth, be seated. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson, whose discretion is absolute. You may speak freely before him. But first, allow me to suggest that you take a moment to compose yourself. Mrs. Hudson," he called toward the door, "would you be so kind as to bring tea, and perhaps some of those excellent biscuits?" Our housekeeper, bless her, must have anticipated the request, for she appeared almost immediately with a tray. The simple ritual of pouring and serving seemed to have a calming effect on our visitor, and by the time he had taken several sips of the hot, sweet tea, some colour had returned to his cheeks. "Thank you," he said at last, setting down his cup with hands that shook only slightly now. "Forgive me. I have not been sleeping well. Not since—" He stopped, swallowed hard, and began again. "Mr. Holmes, I am a portrait painter by profession. I have been moderately successful, or at least I was until 3 weeks ago. I maintain a studio in Bloomsbury, where I receive clients by appointment. My specialty was portraits of the well-to-do, particularly ladies of society who desire something more artistic than a mere photograph." Holmes nodded encouragingly, his eyes never leaving our visitor's face. I took out my notebook, an action that seemed to give Mr. Ashworth some reassurance. "3 weeks ago," he continued, his voice steadier now, "I received a commission that seemed, at the time, like a tremendous opportunity. Lady Elizabeth Carrington Blake wished to have her portrait painted as a gift for her husband's 50th birthday. The Carrington Blakes are, or were, among the most prominent families in London society. The commission would have been lucrative, certainly, but more than that, it represented exactly the kind of patronage that could elevate my career to an entirely new level." He paused, his hands clenching the arms of his chair. "The first sitting went splendidly. Lady Elizabeth was a charming subject, beautiful, gracious, patient with the process. We established an excellent rapport, and I felt inspired in my work. The portrait was shaping up to be, if I may say so without immodesty, one of the finest things I had ever done. There was something about the quality of light that day, something about her expression that brought out the very best in my abilities." "And the second sitting?" Holmes prompted gently. Mr. Ashworth's face, which had briefly shown animation in recalling happier times, now drained of colour once more. "The second sitting took place 1 week later, on a Tuesday afternoon. Lady Elizabeth arrived promptly at 2 o'clock, as arranged. She seemed in excellent spirits and health. She had walked to my studio from her home in Mayfair, a distance of perhaps 2 miles, and showed no signs of fatigue or distress. Indeed, she mentioned how much she had enjoyed the exercise. He drew a shaky breath. The sitting proceeded normally for approximately 45 minutes. I was working on the details of her face, the eyes, the subtle modelling of the cheeks. She sat very still, as she had been trained to do. We spoke little. I prefer silence when working on the more delicate passages. And then his voice caught, and he pressed a hand to his eyes. I leaned forward, my medical instincts engaged. "Take your time, Mr. Ashworth." "She made a small sound," he said at last, lowering his hand. A gasp, almost a sigh. I looked up from my canvas and saw that her expression had changed. She looked confused, disoriented. I asked if she was well, and she opened her mouth to answer, but no words came. Instead, she simply slumped forward in her chair. And you went to her assistance immediately? I asked. Of course. I dropped my brush and rushed to her side. I called her name, but she did not respond. Her eyes had closed, and she was breathing, but very shallowly. Mr. Holmes? Dr. Watson, I am not a medical man, but even I could see that something was terribly wrong. I ran to the door and called for my assistant, young Timothy, to fetch a doctor immediately. Then I returned to Lady Elizabeth and tried to make her comfortable, loosening her collar, elevating her feet. Very sensible, I murmured. The doctor arrived quickly. Within 15 minutes, which seemed an eternity. Dr. Marcus Greenwood. He has a surgery just 2 streets away. He examined her and immediately sent for an ambulance carriage to take her to hospital. But even as they were carrying her down the stairs, his voice broke completely. She died, gentlemen. She died before they could even get her to the street. One moment a living, breathing human being, the next, gone. The silence that followed this revelation was profound. I found myself deeply affected by the man's obvious grief and horror, while Holmes sat perfectly still, his face unreadable save for the intense concentration in his eyes. The official cause of death, Holmes asked at last. Heart failure, according to the death certificate. Dr. Greenwood said it appeared to be a sudden and catastrophic cardiac event. He said such things can happen without warning, particularly in women of a certain age, though Lady Elizabeth was only 42 and had no history of heart trouble that anyone was aware of. And yet you believe there is more to the story, Holmes observed. I know there is more to the story, Mr. Holmes. Ashworth leaned forward, his eyes blazing with a mixture of fear and conviction. Because Lady Elizabeth Carrington Blake was not the first person to die during one of my sittings. This was indeed a revelation. I saw Holmes's eyebrows rise fractionally, one of the few outward signs of surprise he ever permitted himself. Indeed, he said softly. Tell me about the other case. Ashworth nodded, as though he had expected the question. 2 months ago, I was commissioned to paint a portrait of Mr. Jonathan Hartwell, a wealthy textile merchant. The circumstances were remarkably similar. A successful first sitting, then a fatal collapse during the second session. In Mr. Hartwell's case, the official cause of death was determined to be apoplexy. Again, sudden and unexpected. Though Mr. Hartwell was 63 and, I learned later, had complained of headaches in the weeks preceding his death. 2 deaths, both during portrait sittings, both attributed to natural causes, Holmes mused. Yet, you suspect otherwise. Why? Because of what happened yesterday, Mr. Holmes. Ashworth's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. I received a letter, anonymous, of course, suggesting that I might wish to reconsider my choice of profession before another tragic accident occurs. The implication was clear. Someone believes I am responsible for these deaths. Someone is either trying to destroy my reputation and career, or someone is committing murder and attempting to implicate you in the crimes, Holmes finished. Yes, I see. A most interesting problem indeed. Tell me, Mr. Ashworth, in both cases, what became of the unfinished portraits? The question seemed to surprise our visitor. They remain in my studio. Neither family wished to take possession of them for obvious reasons. They are painful reminders of tragedy. Have you noticed anything unusual about the portraits themselves? Any deterioration in the paint? Any unusual discoloration? Ashworth frowned, clearly puzzled by the line of questioning. No, nothing like that. If anything, The work has retained its quality remarkably well. The pigments I used were of the highest grade, mixed with the finest oils. The colours remain true and vibrant. The pigments, Holmes repeated thoughtfully. And you mix these yourself, I presume, from purchased powders? Yes, of course. Every serious artist does. The pre-mixed paints available commercially are adequate for some purposes, but for portrait work of the quality I aspire to, one must have complete control over the consistency, the tone, the subtle variations of colour. Holmes rose from his chair and began pacing, a sign that his mind was actively working through the problem. Mr. Ashworth, I shall need to visit your studio and examine these portraits, as well as your materials and working methods. I should also like to speak with your assistant, this Timothy you mentioned, and anyone else who had access to your studio on the days in question. Of course, Mr. Holmes. Whatever you require, I am at your complete disposal. Excellent. Watson, I trust you are free this afternoon. I nodded, already mentally rearranging my schedule of calls. Entirely at your service. Then we shall visit Mr. Ashworth's studio directly after lunch. In the meantime, sir, I would ask that you write down for me the names and directions of everyone connected with both cases, the victims' families, the physicians who attended them, any professional rivals or dissatisfied clients you may have. Also, the source from whom you purchase your art supplies, and the names of any other artists who use the same supplier. As Ashworth bent to this task, Holmes caught my eye and made a slight gesture toward the window. I understood his meaning and joined him there, ostensibly to look out at the street, but, in reality, to speak privately. What do you make of it? I asked quietly. Most suggestive, Watson. Most suggestive indeed. If we are dealing with murder, and I am increasingly inclined to believe we are, then we are confronted with a remarkably clever and subtle killer. One who has found a way to commit the crime in the presence of a witness, yet leave no obvious evidence of foul play. You think the deaths are connected to the painting process itself? It seems the most probable explanation, does it not? Two individuals, both healthy enough to sit for portraits, both dying suddenly during the second sitting. The portrait painter being present in both cases provides an obvious connection, but I am not yet convinced he is the perpetrator. You believe him innocent? I believe him genuinely distressed and confused, which is not quite the same thing. But the anonymous letter troubles me. Why warn him if the intention is to frame him? Unless... Paused, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Unless there are layers to this case that we have not yet perceived. Before I could respond, Mr. Ashworth approached with several pages covered in his careful handwriting. Holmes took them with a nod of thanks and scanned them quickly. Excellent. Most thorough. Now then, Mr. Ashworth, one final question before we part ways, until this afternoon. In either case, did anyone else have the opportunity to interact with the victims between the time they arrived at your studio and the time of their collapse? Anyone who might have offered them refreshment, for instance, or engaged them in conversation? Ashworth considered this carefully. In both cases, I offered tea or sherry, which they declined. Lady Elizabeth mentioned she had stopped for tea on her walk to my studio. Mr. Hartwell, yes, I believe he may have accepted a glass of water, which my assistant fetched for him. From where? From the tap in my small kitchen area. It's just off the main studio space. I see. And this assistant of yours, Timothy, he has been with you how long? Nearly 2 years now. He's a good lad, eager to learn the craft. I took him on as an apprentice after his father, an old friend of mine, passed away. He has shown considerable promise." Holmes nodded slowly. "Very well. We shall see you at your studio at, shall we say, 2:30?" After Ashworth had departed, considerably calmer than when he had arrived, I turned to Holmes with undisguised curiosity. "You have a theory already. I can see it in your face." Holmes smiled faintly. "I have several theories, Watson, all equally unproven. But yes, certain possibilities suggest themselves. The timing of the deaths, the progression from first sitting to second, the choice of victims from the wealthy classes, all of these details form a pattern, if only we can discern its shape. And the anonymous letter? Ah, yes, the letter. I should very much like to see that letter, Watson. I should like to see it very much indeed." He returned to his chair and sat in silence for several minutes, his fingers pressed together, his eyes closed in concentration. I knew better than to disturb him at such moments, so I busied myself with finishing my coffee and reviewing my notes from Ashworth's account. Finally, Holmes stirred and reached for his pipe. "Watson," he said as he began the familiar ritual of filling and lighting it, "what do you know of the toxicology of artistic materials?" "Very little," I admitted. "I know that some pigments contain poisonous elements, arsenic in certain greens, lead in the whites, that sort of thing. But surely the exposure would be chronic rather than acute. Artists who use such materials regularly might develop symptoms over time, but a person sitting for a portrait would have no direct contact with the paints." "Precisely the conventional wisdom," Holmes agreed, sending up a cloud of aromatic smoke. "And yet convention is so often the enemy of truth, is it not? Consider this. What if the mechanism of exposure was not conventional? What if someone had devised a means of weaponizing the very materials of art itself?" A chill ran down my spine at the suggestion. "That seems rather diabolical, Holmes." "Indeed it does. Which is why, my dear fellow, I believe we may be dealing with one of the most ingenious and dangerous criminals we have yet encountered. Someone with knowledge of chemistry, access to artists' materials, and a motive that remains, for the moment, entirely obscure." He fell silent again, smoking thoughtfully, while I sat with my own troubled thoughts. The morning had begun with such normalcy, with coffee and newspapers and the comfortable routines of Baker Street life. Now, as the clock on the mantel chimed noon, we found ourselves on the threshold of a case that promised to be as complex as it was sinister. Looking back now, as I write these words by firelight, I can see that we had grasped only the very edges of the truth. We could not have known, that spring morning, how the case would ultimately unfold, nor could we have anticipated the role that a certain extraordinary woman would play in its resolution. But I am, as Holmes would say, getting ahead of myself again. Let me instead return to that Thursday afternoon, to the journey across London to Mr. Ashworth's studio, and to the moment when I first laid eyes upon the portrait that would haunt my dreams and ultimately provide the key to unlocking the entire mystery. The afternoon awaited us, filled with secrets and revelations yet to come. The journey from Baker Street to Bloomsbury took us through the heart of London on what had become a genuinely pleasant spring afternoon. The earlier chill had burned away under a surprisingly warm sun, and the city seemed to have collectively decided to emerge from its winter hibernation. Street vendors called out their wares with renewed vigour. Flowers appeared in window boxes, and even the ever-present London grime seemed somehow less oppressive in the golden light. Holmes sat beside me in the hansom cab, silent and abstracted, his keen eyes fixed on some distant point only he could see. I had learned long ago not to disturb him during these periods of intense cogitation, so I contented myself with watching the passing streetscape and organizing my own thoughts about the case. 2 deaths, both seemingly natural, both occurring under nearly identical circumstances. As a medical man, I knew that coincidences did occasionally occur, that 2 middle-aged individuals might indeed suffer fatal cardiac events entirely independent of one another. And yet, the specific commonality of their circumstances, dying during portrait sittings with the same artist, strained the bounds of credibility. Add to this the anonymous threatening letter, and the scales tipped decidedly toward the suspicious. But what possible mechanism could account for such deaths? My medical training had taught me to look for physical causes, and I found myself mentally cataloguing the various poisons that might produce symptoms resembling heart failure or apoplexy. Digitalis in excessive doses could certainly affect the heart, as could certain alkaloids. But how would such substances be administered to victims sitting immobile in an artist's studio, under the watchful eye of the artist himself? "You are thinking about delivery mechanisms," Holmes said suddenly, startling me from my reverie. "I can see it in the way you're frowning, Watson. That particular expression always appears when you're running through your pharmacological knowledge." I smiled despite myself. "You know me too well, Holmes. Yes, I was considering how a poison might be administered under such circumstances. Neither victim ate or drank anything in the studio, according to Ashworth's account." "According to Ashworth's account," Holmes repeated meaningfully. "But we must verify everything, Watson, every detail, every assumption. In a case such as this, where the impossible has apparently occurred, the truth must lie in some detail we have overlooked or misunderstood." The cab slowed as we entered the quieter streets of Bloomsbury, where handsome Georgian townhouses stood in elegant rows, many of them converted into professional premises or fashionable apartments. Mr. Ashworth's studio occupied the top 2 floors of one such building, its large windows facing north to capture the steady, shadowless light so prized by painters. As we alighted and paid the cabman, I found myself studying the building with greater attention. It was well maintained, respectable, the kind of address that would inspire confidence in wealthy clients. A discreet brass plaque beside the door read, "Sebastian Ashworth, portrait artist, by appointment only." Holmes paused on the pavement, his eyes travelling slowly up the facade of the building. 4 stories, he murmured. "Ground floor appears to be a solicitor's office, 1st floor residential, top 2 floors the studio. Single staircase access, by the look of it. Note the quality of the window glass. Watson, expensive and recently cleaned. Our Mr. Ashworth takes his profession seriously." He tried the door and found it unlocked. We entered a narrow but well-appointed entrance hall, where a staircase of dark polished wood ascended into shadows. The air smelled faintly of linseed oil and turpentine, the characteristic scent of an artist's workplace. As we climbed, I became aware of a growing sense of unease that I could not entirely account for. Perhaps it was simply the knowledge that 2 people had died in the space we were approaching, or perhaps it was something in the quality of the light filtering down from above, pale, diffused, somehow melancholy. We reached the top floor and found Mr. Ashworth waiting for us at the open door of his studio. He had changed from his morning clothes into a paint-stained smock over a simple shirt and trousers. His working attire, evidently. His face still bore the marks of strain, but he seemed more composed than he had been earlier. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, please come in. I've asked Timothy to prepare tea, though I suspect you'll wish to examine the studio first." "Your instincts are correct, Mr. Ashworth," Holmes replied, stepping past him into the main studio space. I followed, and found myself in a room that was at once exactly what I had expected, and somehow more affecting than I had anticipated. It was large, perhaps 30 feet square, with enormous north-facing windows that flooded the space with that peculiar cool, clear light I had observed from below. The ceiling was high, with exposed beams painted white to maximize the brightness. The walls were a neutral grey, and the floor was wide oak planks worn smooth by years of use and spotted here and there with paint. But it was the contents of the room that truly captured one's attention. Canvases in various states of completion leaned against the walls or sat on easels. A large work table held an array of brushes, standing in jars, palette knives, bottles of oils and mediums, and small ceramic dishes containing mounds of pigment powder in every conceivable hue. The air was thick with the smell of paint and varnish, undercut by something else, the faintest hint of decay, perhaps, or simply the mustiness of a space that had been closed up for several days. In the centre of the room stood a raised platform with a carved wooden chair upon it, the sitter's position, obviously. And facing this, at a distance of perhaps 8 feet, stood an easel supporting a canvas covered with a white cloth. Holmes stood perfectly still for a long moment, his eyes moving slowly around the room, taking in every detail. I knew this process well. He was creating a complete mental map of the space, noting the position of every object, the source and quality of the light, the possible points of entry and exit. "The covered canvas," he said at last. "That is Lady Elizabeth's portrait?" "Yes," Ashworth replied quietly. "I covered it after the event. I couldn't bear to look at it." Understandable, but unfortunate from an investigative standpoint. The portrait should have been left exactly as it was. No matter. We shall examine it presently. First, if you would be so good as to recreate the scene for me exactly as it was that afternoon. Where were you standing? Where were your materials? What was the sequence of your actions? Ashworth moved to the easel, positioning himself slightly to one side. "I was here, working on the finer details of her face. My palette was on this small table beside me. Here, you see. I had been mixing a particular shade for the shadows beneath her eyes, a delicate combination of burnt umber, ultramarine, and the smallest touch of vermilion." "And Lady Elizabeth sat there, on that chair?" "Yes, precisely there. She was in a 3/4 pose, her head turned slightly to the left, hands folded in her lap. We had agreed on a relatively formal composition. She was to be depicted in her favourite evening gown, a deep blue silk that complemented her colouring beautifully." Holmes approached the sitter's chair and examined it closely, even going so far as to run his fingers along the arms and back. Then he knelt and scrutinized the platform and the floor around it. I watched, fascinated as always by the thoroughness of his methods. "The windows were open or closed that day?" he asked without looking up. "Partially open, the upper sashes. It was a mild day, and I prefer some circulation of air when working. The paint fumes can become quite overwhelming in a closed space." "Indeed they can," Holmes agreed. He rose and moved to the windows, examining the sashes and the catches. "And no one else was present in the room during the sitting?" "No one. Timothy was downstairs in the ground floor storage room, organizing supplies. He only came up when I called for him after Lady Elizabeth collapsed." "This storage room, it is directly below us?" "Yes, immediately below. There's a smaller staircase that connects it to this floor, there in that corner." Ashworth indicated a door I had not previously noticed, painted the same grey as the walls, and thus nearly invisible. Holmes crossed to this door and opened it, revealing a narrow staircase descending into dimness. He disappeared down it, and I heard his footsteps moving about below, accompanied by sounds of things being shifted and examined. After perhaps 5 minutes, he reappeared, his face thoughtful. "A most interesting collection of materials," he observed. "You have quite an extensive stock of pigments, Mr. Ashworth, some quite rare, I should think." "A painter is only as good as his materials, Mr. Holmes. I pride myself on using the finest pigments available. Many of them I import directly from Italy and Germany, where the traditional methods of preparation are still practiced." "Quite so. And you keep careful records of your purchases and inventory?" "Oh yes, certainly. I have ledgers downstairs that document every transaction. Timothy is meticulous about maintaining them." "Excellent. I shall wish to review those ledgers. But first—" Holmes turned his attention to the covered canvas. "Let us see the portrait itself." Ashworth hesitated, his face paling slightly, but then moved forward and carefully removed the white cloth. I had braced myself for something disturbing, though I couldn't have said precisely what I expected. What I saw, however, was simply a remarkably beautiful and a skillfully executed piece of work. The portrait showed a woman of evident refinement and grace, her features captured with a delicacy and precision that spoke of genuine artistic talent. Lady Elizabeth's face was 3/4 complete, her eyes, those most difficult of features, rendered with particular success. They seemed alive, intelligent, with a hint of gentle humour in their expression. But there was something else, something I noticed only gradually, a quality to the painting that I found difficult to articulate. The colours seemed almost luminous, possessing a depth and richness that went beyond mere technical proficiency. And yet, despite the beauty of the execution, there was something unsettling about the work, an indefinable quality that made one uncomfortable looking at it for too long. Holmes, I noticed, had gone very still, his eyes fixed on the canvas with an intensity that suggested he had observed something of significance. He produced his magnifying lens and leaned close to the painting, examining it inch by inch, paying particular attention to the more recently applied areas of paint. "Mr. Ashworth," he said after a long silence, "you mentioned mixing a particular shade for the shadows beneath the eyes. Would you show me precisely which pigments you used?" The artist moved to his work table, where numerous small jars and containers were arranged in careful order. "Certainly. The base was burnt umber, here, mixed with ultramarine blue for coolness, and then just the smallest amount of vermilion to warm it and suggest the blood beneath the skin. It's a combination I've used many times before with excellent results." Holmes examined each container in turn, even opening them to look at the contents. He took a small sample of the vermilion on the tip of a palette knife. and held it up to the light, studying it intently. "This vermilion," he said slowly. "You obtained it from your regular supplier?" "Yes, from Harrington and Sons on Charing Cross Road. They're one of the finest art supply establishments in London. I've been purchasing from them for nearly 20 years. "And when did you last acquire vermilion from them?" Ashworth frowned, considering. "I believe it was approximately 3 months ago." "Yes, I remember because I ordered several pigments at once. The vermilion, some Naples yellow, and a quantity of lamp black. Timothy collected the order, if I recall correctly." "I see." Holmes carefully replaced the vermilion and moved along the table, examining other containers. "And these materials, they are stored where we're not in use." "Most are kept here on the work table or in those cabinets along the wall. The rarer and more expensive pigments I keep locked in a cabinet downstairs in the storage room to prevent any possibility of theft." "A sensible precaution. And you alone have the key to this cabinet?" "I have one key, and Timothy has another. We both need occasional access, and I trust him completely." At that moment, a young man appeared at the main door, carrying a tea tray. He was perhaps 19 or 20, slightly built, with an earnest, intelligent face and the permanently paint-stained fingers of one who works regularly with artists' materials. This, evidently, was the assistant, Timothy. "Ah, Timothy," Ashworth said. "Come in, lad. These gentlemen are Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. They're investigating the recent tragedies." The young man's face clouded with evident distress. "I've been so worried, Mr. Ashworth. The whole thing is just terrible. Lady Elizabeth was such a kind person. She always had a pleasant word for me when she arrived." "Timothy," Holmes said gently, "I understand this must be very difficult, but I need to ask you some questions. Where were you when Lady Elizabeth collapsed?" "Downstairs, sir, in the storage room. I was reorganizing the canvases. Mr. Ashworth had asked me to prepare some new ones for stretching. I heard Mr. Ashworth calling, shouting really, and I ran up immediately. When I got here, he was kneeling beside Lady Elizabeth, and I could see at once that something was terribly wrong. Her face was so pale, and she wasn't moving. Mr. Ashworth told me to fetch Dr. Greenwood, and I ran all the way there and back." "You did well," I assured him. "Quick action was precisely the right response, though I fear nothing could have saved her at that point." "Timothy," Holmes continued, "you collect supplies from Harrington and Sons, I understand." "Yes, sir. I go there perhaps once a fortnight, or whenever Mr. Ashworth requires something we don't have in stock." "And you recognize all the materials when you collect them? You could identify, say, vermilion versus another red pigment?" The young man looked slightly offended. "Of course, sir. I may only be an apprentice, but I've been learning the craft for 2 years now. I know my pigments." "I meant no offense," Holmes said soothingly. "Tell me, in the past 3 months, have you noticed anything unusual about any of the supplies you've collected? Any discrepancies in color or texture? Any containers that seem to have been tampered with?" Timothy considered this carefully. "No, sir. Everything has been exactly as expected. Harrington's is very particular about quality. That's why Mr. Ashworth uses them exclusively." Holmes nodded and turned back to the portrait. He stood before it for a long moment, his head tilted slightly to one side, that characteristic expression of intense concentration on his face. "Mr. Ashworth," he said at last, "I should like to see the other portrait, the one of Mr. Hartwell. You said it too remains in your studio?" Yes, it's in the storage room. I'll fetch it. Ashworth disappeared down the narrow staircase, and Holmes took the opportunity to examine the studio more closely, opening drawers, inspecting shelves, even examining the undersides of tables. I joined him, though I confess I had no clear idea what we were looking for. "Watson," he said quietly, "what do you make of the assistant?" "He seems genuinely devoted to Ashworth," I replied, equally quietly. "Distressed by the deaths, but not, I think, concealing anything. Why do you ask?" "Because he has access to the materials, knowledge of their properties, and opportunity. As does Ashworth himself, of course. As does, potentially, anyone who might have visited this studio in recent weeks." Before I could respond, Ashworth returned carrying a smaller canvas. He set it on another easel, and we gathered around to examine it. The portrait of Jonathan Hartwell showed a distinguished gentleman of late middle age, portrayed in a confident three-quarter pose. Like the portrait of Lady Elizabeth, it was skillfully executed, and possessed that same curious quality of luminous colour that I had noticed in the other work. And like the other portrait, there was something indefinably unsettling about it. Holmes examined this painting with the same meticulous attention he had given the first, his magnifying lens moving slowly across the surface, pausing here and there at points of particular interest. "Mr. Hartwell's portrait was also at the stage of facial details when he died?" Holmes asked. "Yes, almost the identical point in the process. I had just begun work on the subtle modelling of his features when he complained of feeling dizzy and then collapsed." "The similarities are indeed striking," Holmes murmured. "Watson, your medical opinion. Could both deaths have been caused by the same agent?" I moved closer to examine both portraits, though I confess I was uncertain what medical insights I could draw from paintings. "If we assume poisoning, then yes, theoretically, the same substance could produce symptoms that might be mistaken for either heart failure or apoplexy, depending on the victim's individual physiology and the precise mechanism of the poison. But Holmes, I still cannot fathom how the poison was administered." "No," he agreed, "nor can I, not yet. But I believe we are looking at the answer, Watson. It is here, before our eyes, if only we can learn to see it properly." He straightened and turned to Ashworth. "I must ask you to do something that may seem peculiar. I should like you to set up your materials exactly as they were during Lady Elizabeth's sitting, and begin to work on the portrait exactly as you were working that day. Can you do that?" Ashworth looked startled, even distressed by the suggestion. "You want me to continue painting, after what happened?" "I understand this is difficult," Holmes said, his voice gentle but firm. "But I need to observe your exact process, your techniques, your habits. It may prove crucial to understanding what occurred." The artist hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Very well. If it will help discover the truth, I'll do it." He began to prepare, arranging his palette, selecting brushes, positioning himself before the easel. I watched, fascinated, as his professional demeanor gradually overcame his emotional distress. His hands, which had trembled earlier, grew steady as he mixed paints on his palette with practiced, economical movements. Holmes observed with absolute concentration, noting every detail: the angle at which Ashworth held his brush, the distance he maintained from the canvas, the sequence in which he mixed his colours, even the rhythm of his breathing as he worked. After, perhaps, 15 minutes during which Ashworth had applied several careful strokes to the portrait. Holmes held up his hand. "That will suffice. Thank you, Mr. Ashworth. Most instructive." The artist set down his brush, his face showing relief at being permitted to stop. "Mr. Holmes," he said, "have you learned anything? Do you understand what happened?" "I have formed certain hypotheses," Holmes replied carefully. "But I require more information before I can draw any definite conclusions. With your permission, I should like to take samples of several of your pigments for analysis. I should also like to borrow these portraits for a few days." "Take whatever you need," Ashworth said earnestly. "The portraits, the paints, anything that might help. Mr. Holmes, I must know the truth of this. My entire career, my reputation, my very freedom may depend upon it." "I understand," Holmes assured him, "and I give you my word that I shall pursue this matter to its conclusion, wherever it may lead." As Holmes carefully collected samples of various pigments into small envelopes he produced from his pocket, I found my gaze drawn once more to the portrait of Lady Elizabeth. There was something about those luminous colours, that unsettling beauty, that disturbed me in ways I could not articulate. What secret did these paintings hold? And what terrible intelligence had devised a method of murder so subtle, so seemingly impossible, that it had nearly succeeded in being dismissed as mere unfortunate coincidence? The afternoon light was beginning to fade as we prepared to leave, carrying our samples and our borrowed paintings. As we descended the stairs, I glanced back to see Ashworth standing in the doorway of his studio, a lonely figure silhouetted against the pale northern light. "Holmes," I said quietly, as we emerged onto the street, "you have an idea about this, don't you? I can see it in your manner." "An idea, yes," he replied, "though whether it is the correct idea remains to be seen. But Watson, I believe we are dealing with something unprecedented, a method of murder that is at once elegant and horrifying in its ingenuity. And Ashworth? Is he victim or perpetrator?" "That," Holmes said softly, "is the question upon which everything may turn. But come, we must return to Baker Street. I have much work to do, and I fear time may be of the essence. If I am right about the pattern of these crimes, then somewhere in London a third victim may already be sitting for their final portrait." With that ominous pronouncement hanging in the air between us, we set off through the gathering dusk, our arms laden with the beautiful, terrible evidence of crimes that should have been impossible. The mystery had deepened considerably, and I confess I went to my bed that night with my mind full of questions, and my sleep troubled by dreams of luminous paintings and pale, still faces. But I could not have known, as I tossed restlessly in the darkness, that the next day would bring a development that would transform the case entirely. The arrival of a woman whose name alone was sufficient to alter Holmes's demeanour, and whose knowledge of London's art world would prove instrumental in exposing the dark heart of this elegant crime. I awoke the following morning to find Baker Street already astir with activity. Even before I had properly dressed, I could hear Holmes moving about in the sitting room above, his footsteps possessing that particular restless energy that indicated his mind was fully engaged with a problem. When I finally made my way upstairs, I found our rooms transformed into something resembling a chemist's laboratory. The breakfast table had been pushed against the wall, its usual function abandoned in favour of Holmes's investigative pursuits. In its place, various apparatus had been arranged with meticulous care: test tubes, spirit lamps, small dishes containing the pigment samples we had collected from Ashworth's studio, and several reference volumes on chemistry and toxicology lying open at marked pages. The two portraits stood propped against the bookcase, their subjects seeming to watch the proceedings with those unnervingly lifelike eyes. Holmes himself was bent over a microscope, still in his dressing gown, apparently having worked through much of the night. He looked up as I entered, his face showing the peculiar animation that always accompanied significant progress in a case. "Ah, Watson, excellent. Come look at this. I believe I have found something quite remarkable." I crossed to his side and peered into the microscope as he adjusted the focus. What I saw was a crystalline structure of some kind, glittering with an almost sinister beauty under the magnification. "What am I looking at, Holmes?" "A sample of the vermilion pigment from Ashworth's studio, dissolved in various solvents and examined under different conditions. Now, compare it with this." He swiftly changed the slide. "This is a sample of genuine vermilion, which I obtained early this morning from a different supplier entirely." I looked again, but I confess my untrained eye could detect little difference between the two samples. They appear similar to me. Similar, yes, but not identical. The crystal structure is subtly different. More importantly, observe what happens when I apply this reagent. He added a drop of some clear liquid to each sample and invited me to look again. Now the difference was unmistakable. The first sample had taken on a distinctly greenish tinge, while the second remained largely unchanged. "Remarkable," I murmured. "But what does it signify?" "It signifies, my dear Watson, that the vermilion in Ashworth's possession is not entirely what it purports to be. It has been adulterated, deliberately and skillfully mixed, with another substance that mimics its appearance, but possesses rather different properties." "A poisonous substance?" "Almost certainly. I have conducted several preliminary tests, and the results are most suggestive of." He was interrupted by a knock at our door, and Mrs. Hudson appeared with her characteristic expression of patient forbearance. Our landlady had long since resigned herself to the irregular hours and unusual activities that characterized life at 221B Baker Street. But even she seemed slightly taken aback by the current state of our sitting room. "Begging your pardon, Mr. Holmes, but there's a lady downstairs asking to see you. A Miss Adler. She says it concerns the Ashworth case, and that the matter is most urgent." The effect of this announcement upon Holmes was extraordinary. The animated interest in his face was immediately replaced by something I had rarely seen there. A mixture of surprise, wariness, and what I can only describe as carefully controlled anticipation. He straightened from his microscope, his hand unconsciously moving to adjust his collar, though he remained in his dressing gown. "Miss Adler," he repeated, his voice carefully neutral. "Did she say how she learned of our involvement in the case?" "She did not, sir, but she seemed quite certain you would wish to speak with her." Holmes was silent for a moment, his keen mind evidently working through the implications of this unexpected development. Then he turned to me with an expression I could not quite read. "Watson, you recall the Bohemian scandal, the case I mentioned in passing some years ago?" "I do," I replied, though in truth my recollection was somewhat vague. Holmes had always been remarkably reticent about that particular case. Miss Adler, or Mrs. Norton, as she became, was the central figure in that affair. A woman of remarkable intelligence and resource. Indeed, I have always considered her the most formidable opponent I have ever encountered, if opponent is even the correct word for our relationship. The way he spoke her name, with that particular inflection, told me much about the impression she had made upon him. In all our years of friendship, I had never known Holmes to speak of a woman with such evident respect, tinged, perhaps, with something more complex that he would never acknowledge. "You'll see her then?" "Most certainly, though I confess I am intensely curious about her connection to this case. Mrs. Hudson, please ask Miss Adler to give us 10 minutes to make ourselves presentable, then show her up." We both dressed with unusual rapidity, and Holmes made a valiant, if ultimately futile, attempt to restore some order to our sitting room. The chemical apparatus remained, but at least the breakfast table was returned to its proper position, and a semblance of normalcy achieved. When Mrs. Hudson finally showed our visitor in, I understood immediately why Holmes had spoken of her in such exceptional terms. Irene Adler, for she had evidently reclaimed her maiden name, was a woman of perhaps 35 years, possessing that rare quality that transcends mere physical beauty. She was elegantly dressed in a travelling costume of deep burgundy, her dark hair arranged in the fashionable style of the day, her posture suggesting both confidence and grace. But it was her eyes that truly arrested one's attention, intelligent, observant, with a gleam of humour that suggested she found most of life's absurdities rather entertaining. "Mr. Holmes," she said, extending her hand, "it has been some time." "Miss Adler," Holmes replied, taking her hand with evident, if carefully controlled, pleasure. "Indeed it has. May I present my colleague, Dr. Watson?" "Dr. Watson," she said, turning those remarkable eyes upon me, "I have read your accounts with great interest. You have done Mr. Holmes considerable service with your literary efforts, though I suspect you occasionally exasperate him with your tendency toward the dramatic." I found myself smiling despite my surprise at her directness. "I fear you may be correct, Miss Adler. Holmes has made similar observations on numerous occasions." "Please, do sit down," Holmes said, gesturing to the chair opposite his own. "I confess myself most curious about your visit. How did you learn of our involvement in the Ashworth case?" "Through the art world's most reliable information network, gossip," she replied with a slight smile. "I maintain connections in London's artistic circles, and word travels quickly in that rather insular community. When I heard that Sebastian Ashworth had consulted you regarding the deaths during his portrait sittings, I knew I must speak with you immediately." "You know Ashworth?" I asked. "Not personally, though we have mutual acquaintances. But I know a great deal about the London art world, Mr. Holmes, and I believe I possess information that may be crucial to your investigation." Holmes leaned forward, his full attention now focused upon her. "I am, as always, eager to benefit from your insights, Miss Adler. Please, tell us what you know." She paused, as if organizing her thoughts, then began to speak with the clarity and precision of someone accustomed to being taken seriously. "First, you must understand the nature of the portrait painting world in London. It is intensely competitive, often viciously so. A successful portraitist can earn an excellent living and achieve considerable social standing. The greatest practitioners, artists like Sargent or Millet, are treated almost as society figures themselves. They dine with their subjects, move in the highest circles, accumulate both wealth and influence." "And Sebastian Ashworth?" Holmes prompted. "He is, or was, before these tragedies, a rising figure in this world, not yet at the very top tier, but climbing steadily. His work is skilled, his manner professional, and most importantly, he had begun to attract commissions from precisely the sort of wealthy, prominent clients whose patronage can elevate a painter's career to an entirely new level. The Carrington Blakes, for instance, I observed. Precisely, Dr. Watson. Lady Elizabeth's commission was exactly the sort of opportunity that might have established Mr. Ashworth among the elite portraitists. Which brings me to the matter of professional rivalry. She paused, accepting the cup of tea that Holmes had poured with his customary efficiency, despite his evident preoccupation with her narrative. There are, at present, perhaps a dozen portrait painters in London who compete for the most prestigious commissions. They are not, as a rule, generous toward one another. Jealousies run deep, and the loss of a major commission to a rival can inspire considerable bitterness. You suspect professional jealousy as a motive? Holmes asked. I suspect it must be considered, Mr. Holmes. If someone wished to destroy Sebastian Ashworth's career, and possibly to position themselves to capture his clients, what better method than to make it appear that sitting for him is quite literally fatal? This was a perspective I had not fully considered, and I could see from Holmes's expression that it aligned with his own developing theory. You mentioned you have specific information, Holmes said, not merely general observations about the art world's competitive nature. Indeed, I have learned that in the past 6 months, Mr. Ashworth has been in competition with another portraitist, a man named Victor Castelain, for several major commissions. In each case, Ashworth has secured the commission, leaving Castelain disappointed and, by all accounts, increasingly bitter. Castelain, Holmes repeated thoughtfully. I don't believe Ashworth mentioned that name yesterday. He may not be aware of the extent of Castelain's animosity. Artists sometimes conduct their rivalries through intermediaries, agents, gallery owners, society patrons. But those of us who observe the art world closely have noted the pattern. Tell me about Castelain, Holmes said, rising and beginning to pace, a sure sign of his intense engagement with the case. Victor Castelain is French by birth, though he has lived in London for nearly 15 years. He is technically proficient, perhaps even more so than Ashworth in some respects. His work is polished, professional, conventionally attractive, but it lacks something. Warmth, perhaps, or genuine insight into character. His portraits are perfect, but somehow lifeless. As a result, while he has never lacked for commissions, he has failed to achieve the standing he believes he deserves. A dangerous combination, I observed. Technical skill paired with thwarted ambition. Quite so, Dr. Watson. And there is another detail that may be significant. Castelain studied art not only in Paris, but also at a technical school in Germany, where he specialized in the chemistry of pigments and painting materials. He is known to be something of an expert on the subject. Holmes stopped pacing and turned to face her, his eyes alight with that particular intensity that indicated he was assembling disparate pieces into a coherent pattern. An expert in pigment chemistry, he said softly. That is indeed significant. Miss Adler, can you tell me where Castelain purchases his supplies? I took the liberty of making inquiries before coming here, she replied, and I noticed a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The smile of someone who knew she had anticipated the question correctly. He uses Harrington and Sons on Charing Cross Road, the same supplier that Ashworth patronizes. The silence that followed this revelation was profound. I saw Holmes's eyes narrow as he processed the implications, and I found myself following his likely train of thought. Same supplier, access to the same materials, expert knowledge of chemistry, professional rivalry, and a growing pattern of bitterness. The outline of a theory was taking definite shape. "There is one more thing," Miss Adler continued. "Castelaine employs an assistant, a young man named Paul Marchmont, who makes regular visits to Harrington and Sons to collect supplies. I have learned that Marchmont is also acquainted with Ashworth's assistant, Timothy. They sometimes encounter each other at the shop and have been known to share a drink at a nearby public house." "Interesting," Holmes murmured. "Opportunities for information sharing, perhaps even for access to another artist's materials." "My thought exactly, Mr. Holmes." Holmes resumed his seat, his fingers pressed together in that characteristic gesture, his eyes focused on some distant point. I knew he was constructing theories, testing them against the known facts, discarding those that failed to fit, and refining those that showed promise. "Miss Adler," he said at last, "your information is invaluable, and I am grateful for your visit. But I must ask, what is your particular interest in this case? Forgive my bluntness, but you have gone to considerable trouble to gather this intelligence and bring it to my attention." She met his gaze directly, and I saw something pass between them, a moment of mutual recognition and respect that made me feel momentarily like an intruder in a conversation far more complex than its surface content suggested. "Several reasons, Mr. Holmes. First, I knew you were involved, and I confess to a certain curiosity about how you would approach such a puzzle. Second, I genuinely wish to prevent further deaths if my suspicions are correct. And third," she paused, a shadow passing across her face, "I once posed for a portrait myself, some years ago. The experience was more intimate and revealing than I had anticipated. The thought that such a vulnerable moment might be exploited for murder is deeply disturbing to me." "A perfectly understandable sentiment," I said, moved by her candor. "Miss Adler," Holmes said, "would you be willing to assist us further in this investigation? Your knowledge of the art world and your connections within it could prove invaluable. However, I must warn you that if our suspicions prove correct, we may be dealing with a particularly dangerous and clever individual. I would not have come here if I were not prepared to help, Mr. Holmes. What do you require?" "Information about Castelaine's current activities, his movements, his commissions. Also, if possible, access to his studio, or at least detailed knowledge of how he conducts his business. And I should very much like to know more about this assistant of his, Paul Marchmont." "I can arrange all of that," she said with quiet confidence. "I have friends among the gallery owners and society hostesses who commission portraits. They will tell me what I need to know." "There is one more thing," Holmes said, his tone growing more serious. "If my theory is correct, and I must emphasize that it remains a theory at this stage, then we must act quickly. The pattern suggests that there may be another victim already in danger." Miss Adler's face grew grave. "You believe Castelaine has already poisoned another artist's materials? That someone else may be preparing to die during a portrait sitting?" "I believe it is a distinct possibility. The question is whose materials have been compromised, and whether we can identify the potential victim before it is too late." I felt a chill at these words. The case, which had begun as a retrospective investigation into 2 tragic deaths, had suddenly acquired a terrible urgency. Somewhere in London, an unsuspecting person might be sitting for a portrait, breathing in poisoned fumes or absorbing deadly toxins, while we sat discussing theories and possibilities. "How do we proceed?" I asked, looking from Holmes to Miss Adler and back again. "We must work on several fronts simultaneously," Holmes replied, already formulating a plan. "Watson, I need you to visit Dr. Greenwood, the physician who attended both Lady Elizabeth and Mr. Hartwell. Obtain detailed descriptions of their symptoms, the progression of their decline, any observations he made that might not have appeared in the official reports. Also, if possible, learn whether post-mortem examinations were conducted and what they revealed." "I'll go immediately," I said, reaching for my coat. "Miss Adler, if you can gather information about Castellane's current activities and any artists he might view as rivals, that would be most helpful. I particularly need to know if he has had any opportunity to access other artists' materials or studios in recent weeks." "Consider it done," she replied, rising gracefully. "Where shall I send my findings?" "Return here this evening, if possible. I believe we may need to act quickly, and coordination will be essential." She nodded, then paused at the door, turning back to Holmes with an expression that might have been concern. "Mr. Holmes, do be careful. If we are correct about this, we are dealing with someone who has already killed twice and shown remarkable cunning in doing so. Such a person will not hesitate to protect themselves if they feel threatened." "Your concern is noted. Appreciated, Miss Adler. I assure you, I shall exercise appropriate caution." After she had departed, I turned to Holmes with undisguised curiosity. "She is quite remarkable, Holmes. I begin to understand your reticence about the Bohemian case. There is clearly a history there that you have chosen not to share." He smiled faintly, but there was something in his eyes, a shadow of old emotion, perhaps, or simply acknowledgement of a connection he had never quite succeeded in relegating to the past. "Irene Adler is singular, Watson. In a world of conventional minds, she possesses an intelligence and resource that is genuinely rare. I have known many clever criminals, many accomplished detectives, but few individuals who combined such qualities with such—" He paused, searching for the right word. "Such essential integrity." "You admire her," I observed. "I respect her," he corrected, though the distinction seemed more semantic than substantive. "As I respect any worthy opponent who has bested me fairly. But come, Watson, we have work to do. Every hour that passes may bring us closer to another tragedy, and I should never forgive myself if we failed to prevent it through lack of diligence." I set off for Dr. Greenwood's surgery with a sense of urgency tempering my natural curiosity. The case had acquired layers I had not anticipated: professional rivalry, chemical expertise, the subtle corruption of innocent materials into instruments of death. And beneath it all, the terrible vulnerability of those who sat trustingly in artists' studios, unaware that beauty and death might be mixing on the palette before them. The spring afternoon was bright and mild as I made my way through London's streets, but I found myself seeing the city with new eyes. How many artists' studios were there in this vast metropolis? How many portrait painters pursuing their craft in apparent innocence? And how many might be competing for commissions, nursing grievances, contemplating desperate measures to advance their careers? It was a sobering thought, and it accompanied me all the way to Dr. Greenwood's door, where I hoped to find answers that might help us prevent the next death in this most elegant and terrible of crimes. The game, as Holmes would say, was most decidedly afoot. Dr. Marcus Greenwood's surgery occupied the ground floor of a respectable building on Henrietta Street, convenient to both the fashionable Bloomsbury studios and the more affluent residential neighbourhoods that supplied their clientele. As I approached, I reflected on the peculiar position of the modern physician, part scientist, part confessor, privy to both the physical ailments and often the private anxieties of those who sought his care. The waiting room was empty when I arrived, and I was shown almost immediately into Dr. Greenwood's consulting room by an efficient-looking nurse who seemed unsurprised by my unannounced visit. Perhaps physicians were accustomed to being called upon by colleagues seeking consultations on unusual cases. Dr. Greenwood himself proved to be a man of perhaps 50 years, with the sort of calm, authoritative demeanour that inspires confidence in patients. His consulting room was furnished with the typical accoutrements of the medical profession: anatomical charts on the walls, a skeleton standing in one corner, shelves lined with reference volumes and specimen jars. He greeted me cordially, though I detected a certain wariness in his manner when I explained the purpose of my visit. "Dr. Watson," he said, gesturing me to a chair, "I confess I am not entirely surprised to see you. When I heard that Mr. Ashworth had consulted Sherlock Holmes, I rather expected that someone would wish to discuss the deaths that occurred in his studio, though I must tell you at the outset that I can see no reason to suspect anything other than natural causes in either case." "I understand your position, Dr. Greenwood," I replied carefully, "and I assure you I am not here to question your professional judgment. Rather, I am hoping you might be able to provide me with detailed information about the symptoms and progression of illness in both cases. My colleague Mr. Holmes is investigating certain peculiar circumstances surrounding the deaths, and any additional details you can provide may prove invaluable." He relaxed slightly at this diplomatic approach. "Very well. I am happy to discuss the medical aspects of the cases, though I must maintain patient confidentiality regarding any information not directly relevant to their deaths." "Of course. Shall we begin with Lady Elizabeth Carrington Blake?" Dr. Greenwood rose and retrieved a folder from a filing cabinet, then settled himself behind his desk with the unhurried precision of one accustomed to reviewing case notes. "Lady Elizabeth," he began, "was brought to my attention on the afternoon of March 20th. I received an urgent summons from Mr. Ashworth's studio, where I arrived to find the lady in extremis. She was unconscious, unresponsive to stimuli, with shallow, irregular breathing and a rapid, thready pulse. Her skin was pale and clammy. Her lips showed a faint bluish tinge, suggesting inadequate oxygenation. Had she complained of any symptoms before losing consciousness? According to Mr. Ashworth, she had made a small sound, a gasp or sigh, and appeared momentarily confused before collapsing. There was no complaint of pain, no clutching at the chest, or other dramatic gestures one might expect with cardiac distress. It was, by all accounts, remarkably sudden." "And your initial assessment?" "I suspected either a massive cardiac event, or possibly a cerebral incident, what we commonly call apoplexy or stroke. The suddenness of onset, the loss of consciousness, the cardiovascular symptoms, all were consistent with either diagnosis. I immediately arranged for her transport to hospital, hoping that more intensive intervention might be possible there. Unfortunately, she expired before the ambulance had even departed from the building." I made notes as he spoke, struck by the clinical precision of his account. "Were you able to determine a definite cause of death?" Dr. Greenwood's expression grew troubled. That is where the case becomes somewhat less satisfactory from a medical perspective. A post-mortem examination was conducted by the hospital pathologist, Dr. Fenimore, and his findings were inconclusive. The heart showed no obvious signs of disease or damage. There was no evidence of thrombosis or embolism. The brain appeared normal, with no indication of hemorrhage or other acute pathology. Yet she was undeniably dead, I observed. Indeed, in the absence of clear organic pathology, the official cause of death was listed as acute cardiac failure of undetermined origin. It is, I confess, an unsatisfying conclusion, but sometimes the body simply stops. The mechanisms remain mysterious even to modern medicine. And Mr. Jonathan Hartwell? Was his case similar? Dr. Greenwood consulted another set of notes. Remarkably similar, in fact, which is one reason I found myself somewhat troubled when I learned of Lady Elizabeth's death. Mr. Hartwell collapsed during a portrait sitting approximately 6 weeks earlier. I was again summoned to Mr. Ashworth's studio and found much the same presentation: unconsciousness, cardiovascular compromise, rapid decline. In his case, however, there were some additional symptoms that I noted. Such as? He had complained of a headache earlier in the sitting, according to Mr. Ashworth, and I observed some degree of pupillary dilation that seemed inconsistent with simple cardiac failure. At the time, I attributed these findings to cerebral involvement, hence my diagnosis of apoplexy. The post-mortem examination in his case was less thorough, conducted by a different pathologist who noted some cerebral congestion, but nothing definitively pathological. I leaned forward, my interest intensifying. Dr. Greenwood, the pupillary dilation you noted, could it be consistent with certain types of poisoning? He frowned, clearly caught off guard by the question. Poisoning? I suppose. Yes, certain alkaloid poisons can produce mydriasis, pupillary dilation, atropine, for instance, or belladonna. But Dr. Watson, there was no indication of poisoning. Neither victim complained of the sort of symptoms one would expect. No nausea, no abdominal distress, no visible signs of toxicity. What if the poison were one that acted primarily on the nervous system? Something that produced rapid collapse without the more obvious gastrointestinal symptoms? Dr. Greenwood was silent for a long moment, his medical training clearly warring with his initial conclusions. I suppose it is theoretically possible, he admitted at last. But how would such a poison be administered? Neither victim ate or drank anything in the studio, according to all accounts, and both were under the direct observation of Mr. Ashworth at the time of their collapse. That, I said, is precisely what we are attempting to determine. Dr. Greenwood, if I were to suggest that the poison might have been inhaled, absorbed through the respiratory system rather than ingested, would that be consistent with the symptoms you observed? His eyes widened. Inhaled? You mean as a vapor or gas? Good Lord, Watson, that would be diabolically clever. Yes, certain volatile compounds could produce rapid systemic effects if inhaled in sufficient concentration, and such a method would leave little obvious trace, particularly if the pathologist were not specifically looking for evidence of inhalation poisoning. Would post-mortem examination have revealed such poisoning? Not unless specific chemical analysis was conducted. The standard post-mortem examinations in both cases focused on identifying structural pathology, physical evidence of disease or injury. Chemical analysis is expensive and time-consuming, and is only performed when there is specific reason to suspect poisoning. in cases where death appeared to be from natural causes. He trailed off, the implications clearly dawning upon him. Precisely, I said quietly. If one wished to commit murder and make it appear as natural death, what better method than to use a poison that mimics natural cardiac or cerebral events, leaves minimal trace, and would not trigger the sort of investigation that might reveal its presence? Dr. Greenwood sat back in his chair, visibly shaken. This is extraordinary, Dr. Watson. Are you telling me that both of these individuals were murdered? In an artist's studio, in broad daylight, under the nose of a witness? We believe it is a strong possibility, which is why any additional details you can provide may be crucial to our investigation, and to preventing further deaths. He thought carefully, his physician's mind now engaged with the problem from this new perspective. There was one other detail I noted in Lady Elizabeth's case that seemed odd at the time. When I examined her immediately after her collapse, I detected a faint, unusual odour. Not unpleasant exactly, but distinctive. Something slightly metallic, perhaps, or mineral in character. I attributed it to the various art materials in the studio: paints, solvents, varnishes. Such places always have characteristic smells. But in retrospect, if I had been considering the possibility of volatile poisoning, I might have paid more attention to that odour. It might have been a clue to the agent involved. Can you describe it more precisely? He closed his eyes, clearly trying to reconstruct the memory. Sweet, but with an underlying sharpness. Not organic in the way that turpentine is organic. More like heated metal, perhaps, or certain minerals when they are burned or vaporized. I'm sorry, Dr. Watson, I cannot be more specific. It was very faint, and at the time I had no reason to believe it might be significant. You have been most helpful, Dr. Greenwood. One final question. Were blood samples or tissue preserved from either victim? I believe the hospital laboratory may have preserved some specimens from Lady Elizabeth. It is standard practice for unusual or unexplained deaths. I can provide you with a letter of introduction to Dr. Fenimore if you wish to examine them. That would be most helpful indeed. He wrote the letter while I waited, his hand moving with the careful precision of one accustomed to writing prescriptions and case notes. When he handed it to me, his expression was grave. Dr. Watson, if your suspicions prove correct, this is a most terrible crime. To betray the trust implicit in the artist-subject relationship, to transform the creation of beauty into an occasion for murder, it speaks to a profound moral corruption. Indeed it does, I agreed, which is why we must stop this individual before they strike again. I departed Dr. Greenwood's surgery with my mind racing. The pupillary dilation, the unusual odour, the sudden collapse with minimal warning, all were pieces of a puzzle that was beginning to take definite shape. Holmes's theory about the pigments, Miss Adler's information about Victor Castellane's expertise in paint chemistry, and now these medical details all pointed in a single, terrible direction. But I had one more call to make before returning to Baker Street. The hospital where Lady Elizabeth had died was not far, and if specimens had been preserved, Holmes would certainly wish to examine them with his superior knowledge of chemistry. The London hospital was, as always, a scene of controlled chaos. Patients being admitted, physicians making their rounds, nurses moving with purposeful efficiency through corridors that smelled of carbolic and illness. I presented Dr. Greenwood's letter to the reception desk and was directed to the pathology laboratory in the basement. a domain of preserved specimens, microscopes, and the peculiar silence of spaces devoted to the examination of death. Dr. Fenimore proved to be a small, precise man with the abstracted air of one more comfortable with dead tissue than living patients. He greeted me cordially enough and listened with evident interest as I explained our investigation. Lady Carrington Blake's case was indeed puzzling, he admitted, leading me to a storage area lined with glass jars and specimen containers. No clear organic pathology, yet obviously a catastrophic systemic failure of some kind. I confess I was not entirely satisfied with my findings, but one can only report what one observes. He retrieved several containers from a refrigerated cabinet. These are the specimens I preserved: blood, tissue samples from various organs, sections of lung tissue. They have been properly fixed and stored. What specifically are you looking for? Evidence of poisoning by an unusual agent, possibly something volatile that was inhaled. My colleague, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, is considerably more expert in such matters than I am. Would it be possible for him to examine these specimens? Dr. Fenimore considered this request. Highly irregular, but given the circumstances, yes, I suppose it could be arranged. However, I would need to be present during any testing, and proper protocols must be followed. These specimens are evidence in what may prove to be a criminal matter. Of course, I shall have Mr. Holmes contact you directly to arrange a time. He has a well-equipped laboratory and extensive knowledge of toxicology. We agreed upon the particulars, and I departed the hospital with a sense of progress. The case was coming into clearer focus, though the exact mechanism of the poisoning remained elusive. How had the killer managed to expose victims to toxic fumes in a crowded studio, under the observation of the artist himself, without detection? I returned to Baker Street as the afternoon was shading into evening, my mind full of the day's discoveries. I found Holmes exactly where I had left him, though the sitting room now showed evidence of even more extensive chemical experimentation. Additional apparatus had been assembled, and various substances were bubbling gently over spirit lamps, filling the air with complex odours. Ah, Watson! Holmes looked up from a notebook in which he was recording observations. Excellent timing. I am on the verge of a significant breakthrough. But first, tell me what you learned from Dr. Greenwood. I related the details of my interviews with both physicians, noting particularly the pupillary dilation, the unusual odour, and the preserved specimens that might yield further evidence. Holmes listened with intense concentration, occasionally nodding, or making small sounds of satisfaction when a detail particularly aligned with his developing theory. Excellent work, Watson. The pupillary dilation is most suggestive, as is the metallic odour Dr. Greenwood detected. Combined with my own findings regarding the adulterated vermilion, I believe we can now reconstruct the method with considerable confidence. You've determined what poison was used. Not the specific compound yet, but I have narrowed the possibilities considerably. The vermilion pigment from Ashworth's studio has been deliberately mixed with another substance, one that, when exposed to certain conditions, releases toxic vapours. The beauty of this method, Watson, is its subtlety. The artist himself is exposed to these vapours as he works, but in smaller doses over a longer period. He may experience mild symptoms, headaches, fatigue, but nothing immediately life-threatening. The sitter, however, positioned at a specific distance and angle from the canvas, receives a more concentrated dose over the 45 minutes or so of an average sitting. But why didn't the first sitting prove fatal? According to Ashworth, both victims attended at least 2 sittings and only died during the second. An excellent question, and one that initially puzzled me. But consider the painting process, Watson. During the first sitting, the artist is typically working on the general composition, the larger forms and shapes. Broad strokes, relatively little fine detail work. But during the second sitting, he begins work on the face, I said, understanding dawning. The fine details, the delicate modelling of features. Precisely, which requires more concentrated work, longer periods of the artist being positioned close to the canvas, more frequent mixing and application of the poisoned pigment. The toxic vapours accumulate more intensely during this phase of the work. The victim breathes them in while sitting perfectly still, and the effect becomes rapidly overwhelming. Holmes, this is diabolical. But how was the pigment adulterated? Surely Ashworth would have noticed if his materials had been tampered with. That is where our Mr. Castellane's expertise in paint chemistry becomes crucial. If the adulterant is chosen carefully, something that mimics the colour and consistency of genuine vermilion, it might go undetected, particularly if mixed in relatively small proportions. Remember, artists work with dozens of different pigments, often purchased in bulk and stored for extended periods. A subtle alteration to one jar among many might easily escape notice. And the mechanism of access? Miss Adler's information about the assistants is most pertinent here. If Castellane's assistant, Marchmont, is indeed acquainted with Ashworth's assistant, Timothy, then opportunities for access might well present themselves. A casual visit, a momentary distraction, a few seconds alone with the storage cabinets. That might be all that is required. I was about to respond when we heard footsteps on the stairs, followed by Mrs. Hudson's voice announcing Miss Adler's return. She entered looking somewhat fatigued, but with an expression of satisfaction that suggested her afternoon had been productive. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she greeted us. "I believe I have learned several things that will interest you greatly." Holmes immediately offered her a chair and some refreshment, which she accepted gratefully. Once settled, she began her report with the same clarity and precision she had demonstrated earlier. "I have spent the afternoon making inquiries among my acquaintances in the art world, gallery owners, society hostesses, fellow artists. Victor Castellane's name provoked interesting reactions. He is, by all accounts, a technically proficient artist, but not a particularly pleasant individual. Several people described him as bitter, resentful of others' success, prone to making disparaging comments about rival painters." "Including Ashworth?" Holmes asked. "Especially Ashworth. Apparently, Castellane has lost several commissions to him in recent months, and has made no secret of his feelings about this. One gallery owner told me that Castellane had remarked, just 2 weeks ago, that Sebastian Ashworth's luck would soon run out. At the time, it was taken as merely the usual professional jealousy. Now, in light of recent events, it seems rather more sinister." "Indeed it does," Holmes murmured. "What else?" "I learned that Castellane maintains a studio in Kensington, where he works primarily alone. He dismissed his previous assistant several months ago, for reasons that remain unclear. However, he has recently employed a young man named Paul Marchmont on a casual basis for tasks such as collecting supplies and preparing canvases. The same Marchmont who is acquainted with Timothy, I observed, the very same. And here is where matters become most interesting. I managed to speak with a shop assistant at Harrington and Sons, a young woman who was quite happy to gossip about her customers. She told me that Marchmont has visited the shop several times in recent weeks, ostensibly on errands for Castelaine. But on at least 2 occasions, he lingered after collecting his employer's order, chatting with Timothy when Ashworth's assistant arrived to collect supplies. Opportunities for observation, at the very least, Holmes said, or for something more direct. There is more, Miss Adler continued. I made inquiries about Castelaine's current commissions. He is presently working on a portrait of Mrs. Henrietta Blackwood, the wife of a prominent banker. The first sitting took place 3 days ago. The implications of this statement fell upon us like a physical weight. Holmes rose abruptly from his chair, his face showing the intensity of purpose that always accompanied urgent action. Watson, we must move immediately. If the pattern holds, Mrs. Blackwood's second sitting will be the fatal one. Miss Adler, do you know when that sitting is scheduled? Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. Holmes consulted his watch. Then we have perhaps 18 hours to confirm our theory and prevent another death. Watson, we must visit Castelaine's studio tonight. Miss Adler, can you provide us with the address? I can do better than that, she replied. I can ensure that Castelaine is away from his studio for several hours this evening. I have friends who can arrange an invitation he cannot refuse. A gathering of potential patrons at a prominent gallery. His ambition will not allow him to decline such an opportunity. You are remarkable, Holmes said, and I saw genuine admiration in his eyes. How soon can this be arranged? Within the hour. The invitation will be delivered by messenger, requesting his presence at 8 o'clock. That should give you ample time to examine his studio. As Miss Adler departed to arrange this diversion, Holmes turned to me with grim determination. Watson, fetch your service revolver. If we are correct about Castelaine, we may be dealing with a man who has already killed twice and will not hesitate to protect himself if he feels cornered. Tonight's work may prove dangerous, but it is absolutely essential. We must obtain proof of his methods and, if possible, secure the poisoned pigments before tomorrow's sitting. I retrieved my old army revolver from my desk drawer, checking that it was properly loaded, a precaution I had learned never to neglect in our investigations. As I did so, I reflected on how swiftly the case had progressed from theoretical speculation to urgent action. We had begun this morning with suspicions and hypotheses. Now, as evening shadows lengthened across Baker Street, we prepared to confront a killer whose weapon was beauty itself, whose crime scenes were temples of art, and whose victims died believing they were participating in the creation of something lasting and lovely. It was, I thought grimly, perhaps the cruelest murder method I had ever encountered. And somewhere in London, a woman named Henrietta Blackwood was preparing to keep an appointment that might well be her last. The evening fog had begun its nightly invasion of London's streets by the time Holmes and I departed Baker Street, muffling the gas lamps in halos of amber light and lending an air of mystery to our enterprise. We travelled by hansom to Kensington, saying little during the journey, each absorbed in our own thoughts about the confrontation that might await us. Miss Adler had sent word that Castelaine had accepted the invitation and departed his studio promptly at 7:45, accompanied by Marchmont. She estimated we would have at least 2 hours, possibly 3, before either man returned. It should be sufficient time to search the premises, though Holmes had cautioned me that we must be meticulous in our examination and leave no trace of our presence. If Castelein suspects we are investigating him, Holmes had said as we prepared to leave, he will simply dispose of any incriminating evidence, and we shall lose our opportunity to prevent tomorrow's tragedy. We must obtain proof tonight, Watson, but we must do so invisibly. The address Miss Adler had provided led us to a narrow street of Georgian townhouses, less fashionable than Ashworth's Bloomsbury location, but still respectable. Castelein's studio occupied the entire second floor of a building that showed signs of genteel decline. The paintwork was fading, the brass fittings tarnished, the general air one of former elegance gradually surrendering to time and neglect. Holmes examined the street door with his pocket lens, then produced a set of implements I had learned not to inquire about too closely. Within moments, we stood in the darkened entrance hall, listening intently for any sound that might indicate the building's occupants had not all departed for the evening. Silence greeted us, the profound quiet of empty spaces that makes even one's own breathing seem intrusive. Holmes struck a match and located a gas fixture, which he lit with careful adjustment to produce only minimal illumination. "The ground floor appears to be a photographer's studio," he whispered, indicating a door marked with a professional sign. "Closed for the evening, fortunately. The stairs, Watson, and quietly, if you please." We ascended to the second floor, where an unmarked door stood closed, but, Holmes quickly determined, unlocked. He eased it open, and we slipped inside, finding ourselves in an entrance hall that led to the main studio space beyond. The contrast with Ashworth's studio was immediately apparent. Where Ashworth's workspace had been orderly, well-maintained, and possessed of a certain warmth, Castelein's studio felt cold and utilitarian. The same northern light would flood through the large windows during daylight hours, but the space lacked any sense of personality or comfort. The walls were bare, except for a few indifferent sketches. The furniture was sparse and functional. Even the smell was different. Less the organic warmth of linseed oil and turpentine, more a sharp chemical odour that made my nostrils prickle. Holmes moved immediately to the main work table, where an array of painting materials was arranged with almost military precision. He examined each item carefully, occasionally removing something for closer inspection with his lens, or taking small samples, which he sealed in the envelopes he had brought for this purpose. I made my way to an easel that stood in the centre of the room, upon which rested a canvas covered with a cloth, presumably the portrait of Mrs. Blackwood that Miss Adler had mentioned. Carefully, I lifted the covering. The portrait showed a woman in her middle years, handsome rather than beautiful, portrayed with technical proficiency, but, as Miss Adler had suggested, lacking in warmth or genuine insight into character. It was the work of a craftsman rather than an artist, competent, but somehow lifeless. The face was perhaps 3/4 complete, the features rendered with precision but no particular sympathy. "Holmes," I called softly. "The portrait is here. He's reached the same stage with it that Ashworth had reached with his victims." Holmes joined me, studying the canvas with intense concentration. Then he leaned close and inhaled carefully, his expression growing grim. "Do you smell it, Watson? That faint, metallic sweetness? The same odour Dr. Greenwood described?" I breathed in cautiously and detected what he meant. A peculiar scent, underlying the usual paint smell. Something that made me instinctively want to pull away. "What is it?" I asked. I cannot be entirely certain without proper analysis. But I believe we are dealing with a mercury compound, possibly mercuric oxide or a related substance. Mercury vapor is highly toxic, Watson, and the symptoms it produces, cardiovascular collapse, neurological disruption, sudden death, are entirely consistent with what we have observed. But vermilion itself is a mercury compound, is it not? Mercury sulfide, if I recall my chemistry correctly. Indeed it is, which is precisely what makes this method so diabolically clever. Mercury sulfide is relatively stable and non-toxic in its pigment form. But if one were to adulterate it with a more volatile mercury compound, one that releases toxic vapors when exposed to heat, light, or certain solvents used in painting, the result would be a poison that activates during the painting process itself. He moved back to the work table and located a jar labeled vermilion. Opening it, he examined the contents closely, even going so far as to touch a minute amount to his tongue, a practice that never failed to alarm me, despite his assurances that he knew precisely what he was doing. As I suspected, he said, quickly rinsing his mouth with water from a pitcher on a side table. This is not pure vermilion. There is an adulterant present. I can taste the characteristic metallic bitterness of mercury salts in a more reactive form. Watson, we have found our murder weapon. Then we must secure this evidence and prevent tomorrow's sitting, I said urgently. Indeed we must. But first, let us see if we can determine how Castelein obtained access to Ashworth's materials to perform the same adulteration there. Holmes began a systematic search of the studio, examining drawers, cabinets, and any space that might conceal documents or evidence of the crime. I assisted as best I could, though I confess my methods lacked his systematic thoroughness. It was in a locked drawer of a small desk, a lock that Holmes opened with disturbing ease, that we found the first truly damning evidence. A small notebook contained entries in what appeared to be a coded shorthand. But Holmes, with his encyclopedic knowledge of such systems, quickly began to decipher it. "Commercial transactions," he murmured, running his finger down the page. "Purchases of various chemicals and materials, some from legitimate suppliers, others from sources that seem considerably less reputable. Here, March 15th. H&S delivery intercepted. Substitute prepared. M to effect exchange. Watson, this is a record of his crimes. Can you make sense of the entire code?" "Given time, certainly, but we haven't the leisure for a complete translation now. We must photograph these pages. I brought my pocket camera for precisely this purpose, and return everything to its exact position." While Holmes photographed the notebook's pages with the compact camera he had indeed brought, using magnesium flash powder that momentarily lit the studio with harsh brilliance, I continued searching, and soon made another discovery. A series of letters, some drafts and some received, that painted a picture of growing obsession and resentment. One draft, apparently never sent, was addressed to Sebastian Ashworth and contained vitriolic accusations of stolen commissions and undeserved success. Another, received from a gallery owner, politely declined to represent Castellan's work, noting that, "While technically proficient, your portraits lack the warmth and psychological insight that current patrons demand." But it was a small card, tucked between the pages of a ledger, that provided perhaps the most chilling evidence. It bore the printed name Timothy Blackstone, apprentice artist, and a Bloomsbury address, clearly Ashworth's assistant. On the back, in a different hand, was written, "Storage room key, Tuesdays and Thursdays, noon to 1 o'clock. "Holmes, look at this. It's Timothy's card, with a note about when the storage room would be accessible." Holmes examined it carefully, his face darkening. So young Marchmont cultivated a friendship with Ashworth's assistant, learned his routines, and obtained access information. Whether Timothy was a willing accomplice or an innocent dupe remains to be seen, but this certainly suggests how the substitution of pigments was accomplished. "Surely Timothy must have noticed something amiss," I protested. "Not necessarily. If the adulterated vermilion was placed in the correct container and appeared identical to the genuine article, why would he suspect? Artists use many pigments, Watson, and unless one has reason to test each one chemically, they are taken on faith. Castellan's expertise in paint chemistry gave him the knowledge to create a perfect counterfeit." As Holmes continued his methodical documentation of the evidence, I found myself drawn back to the portrait of Mrs. Blackwood. Something about it troubled me beyond the obvious horror of knowing it was intended to be an instrument of her death. There was a quality to the paint itself, a subtle wrongness in the way certain colours sat upon the canvas. "Holmes," I said suddenly, "if Castellane has adulterated the vermilion in his own studio, isn't he exposing himself to the same toxic vapours? Why hasn't he become ill?" An excellent question, Watson, and one that occurred to me as well. The answer, I believe, lies in several factors. First, Castellane is aware of the danger and can take precautions, working in short sessions with good ventilation, perhaps even using some form of respiratory protection. Second, the toxic effect is cumulative and concentration dependent. An artist who moves about, works on different areas of the canvas, takes frequent breaks, will receive a much lower dose than a sitter who remains stationary at a specific distance for 45 minutes or more. And third, he moved to one of the large windows and examined the catches and hinges carefully. Yes, as I suspected, these windows are designed to open much more widely than standard sashes, and the current settings would create excellent ventilation during daylight hours. Castellane has arranged his workspace to minimize his own exposure while maximizing the danger to his victims. "This is premeditated murder of the most calculated kind," I said, feeling a surge of anger at the cold-blooded nature of the crime. "Indeed it is, and now we must determine our next course of action. We have sufficient evidence to bring to the police, certainly, but we must also ensure that Mrs. Blackwood is not placed in danger tomorrow. Surely we can simply warn her not to attend the sitting." "We could, but consider the implications, Watson. If we warn Mrs. Blackwood and she cancels, Castellane will immediately suspect that someone has discovered his method. He will dispose of all evidence, and we will have great difficulty proving our case in court. No, we need a more subtle approach, one that protects Mrs. Blackwood while allowing us to catch Castellane in the act, so to speak." "What do you propose?" Holmes was silent for a moment, his mind clearly working through various possibilities. Then his face brightened with the expression of one who has found the solution to a complex problem. "We shall substitute Castellane's adulterated pigments with genuine vermilion before tomorrow's sitting. He will proceed as planned, believing he is exposing Mrs. Blackwood to toxic vapours. But in fact, she will be in no danger. After the sitting concludes safely, we will confront him with our evidence and the fact that his murder attempt has failed. Faced with such proof and deprived of his weapon, he will have little choice but to confess. But won't he simply claim he knew nothing about the adulteration, that someone else must have tampered with his materials? He could claim that, certainly. But we have his coded notebook, the intercepted letters, the evidence of his expertise in paint chemistry, and the clear pattern of his actions. More importantly, Watson, I suspect that when confronted with failure and exposure, a man like Castellan, vain, resentful, convinced of his own cleverness, will be unable to resist explaining precisely how he accomplished his crimes. It is a peculiarity I have observed in many criminals, the desire to have their ingenuity acknowledged, even at the cost of their freedom. The plan was audacious, but sound. We would need to obtain genuine vermilion. Holmes knew of a supplier who could provide it that very evening, and return to make the substitution. It would require 2 visits to Castellan's studio in one night, but the risk was justified by the potential to save a life while securing a conviction. We spent another 20 minutes ensuring that we had documented everything of significance, and that we left no trace of our presence. Holmes was meticulous about returning every item to its exact position, even going so far as to measure the angle at which certain objects had been placed on the work table. As we prepared to depart, I took one last look around the studio. It was a cold, joyless space, the workspace of a man who had all the technical skills of an artist, but none of the soul. How many hours had Castellan spent here, nursing his grievances, plotting his terrible revenge on those he perceived as more successful? How had professional jealousy transformed into something so monstrous? "Come, Watson," Holmes said quietly. "We have learned what we need to know. Now we must act quickly to prevent tomorrow's tragedy and bring this sorry affair to its conclusion." We descended the stairs as silently as we had climbed them, extinguished the gaslight, and slipped out into the foggy night. The street was deserted, the nearby houses showing only occasional lights in upper windows. We walked briskly to the corner where we could hail a cab, both of us alert for any sign that our presence had been detected. To Davies and Son, chemical suppliers, on Tottenham Court Road, Holmes instructed the cabman. "And quickly, if you please. We have urgent business." As we rattled through the fog-shrouded streets, I reflected on the extraordinary nature of the case. It had begun with 2 apparently natural deaths, and evolved into something far more sinister. A calculated campaign of murder using the very tools and materials of artistic creation. The killer had exploited not only his technical knowledge, but also the trust and routines of the artistic community, turning beauty into a weapon and creative spaces into death chambers. "Holmes," I said, breaking the silence, "if we are successful tonight and tomorrow, what will become of Sebastian Ashworth? His reputation has been severely damaged by these deaths, even though he bears no responsibility for them." "I have given that matter some thought," Holmes replied. "Once Castellan is exposed and the true nature of the crimes revealed, I believe Ashworth's reputation will be restored, perhaps even enhanced. He will be seen as the innocent victim of a rival's malicious scheme, which may generate considerable sympathy and support. Moreover, the revelation of such an unusual murder method will attract significant attention. Your eventual account of the case will help to establish the truth of the matter." "You assume I will write an account. My dear Watson, you are already composing it in your mind. I can see it in your expression, that peculiar abstraction that indicates you are mentally arranging events into narrative form. The adventure of the crimson portrait, perhaps, or the case of the poisoned pigments." I smiled despite the gravity of the situation. You know me too well, Holmes. As you know me, my friend, it is the privilege of long association and genuine friendship. We arrived at Davies & Son to find the establishment still open, catering to those whose chemical requirements could not wait for normal business hours. Holmes was evidently well known there, for the elderly proprietor greeted him by name and showed no surprise at the lateness of the visit. "Mr. Holmes, always a pleasure. What can we provide for you this evening?" "I require the finest grade of pure mercuric sulfide vermilion, Mr. Davies. Not less than 4 ounces, and I need it to be absolutely uncontaminated and of the highest quality." "Ah, the best Chinese vermilion, then. I have exactly what you need. Arrived just last week from our supplier in Canton. One moment, please." He returned with a small container which he opened to display the brilliant red pigment within. Holmes examined it carefully, even conducting a quick field test using reagents he carried in his pocket case. "Perfect," he declared. "This will serve admirably. Please charge it to my account." With the substitution material secured, we returned to Kensington and repeated our covert entrance to Castellane's studio. This time, Holmes worked with even greater care, measuring out precisely the amount of adulterated pigment from the original container before replacing it with an identical quantity of the pure vermilion. The contaminated material went into a sealed evidence container that would be turned over to the police. "There," Holmes said with satisfaction as he completed the substitution. "Tomorrow afternoon, Mrs. Blackwood will sit for her portrait in perfect safety, while Castelaine believes he is conducting his 3rd murder. And when the sitting concludes without incident, his confusion, and then his fear, will be most instructive to observe." We departed the studio for the 2nd time that evening, having left everything exactly as we had found it. The fog had thickened during our absence, and the journey back to Baker Street took us through streets transformed into mysterious corridors of vapour and shadow. It was well past midnight when we finally arrived home, physically weary, but mentally alert. Mrs. Hudson had left a cold supper for us, which we consumed while reviewing the evidence we had gathered, and the plans for the following day. "Miss Adler must be informed of the situation," Holmes said, between bites of cold chicken. "She will wish to know that her intelligence proved accurate, and that her assistance was instrumental in preventing another death. Also, Watson, I shall need you to accompany me tomorrow when we confront Castelaine. Your medical knowledge may prove useful in explaining the mechanism of the poisoning, and your presence as a witness to his reactions will be valuable." "I wouldn't miss it for the world," I assured him, "though I confess I'll be glad when this case is concluded. There's something particularly disturbing about a crime that perverts the creation of beauty into an occasion for murder." "Indeed there is. It speaks to a fundamental corruption of spirit, a willingness to destroy not only human life, but also the trust and innocence that should characterize artistic endeavor. Castelaine has poisoned more than pigments, Watson. He has poisoned the very atmosphere of creativity and human connection that makes portrait painting possible." We sat in companionable silence for a while, the fire burning low, the sounds of the sleeping city muted beyond our windows. I found myself thinking about all the individuals touched by this case, the victims and their families, Sebastian Ashworth and his shattered confidence, young Timothy perhaps unwittingly used as a tool of murder, and Mrs. Blackwood, who would tomorrow sit unknowingly in the presence of a man who wished her dead. "Holmes," I said at last, "do you think Castelaine feels any remorse? any recognition of the monstrousness of his actions? Holmes considered the question seriously. I suspect he has convinced himself that he is the aggrieved party, that his victims somehow deserved their fate by virtue of their success or their choice of portraitist. The self-serving logic of the criminal mind is remarkably flexible, Watson. It can justify almost any action if the motivation is strong enough. A sad commentary on human nature. Perhaps. But consider also the individuals who have opposed him. Ashworth maintaining his integrity despite terrible circumstances. Miss Adler using her knowledge to assist justice. Young Timothy continuing his work despite tragedy. Human nature encompasses both the worst and the best of impulses. Our task is simply to ensure that the worst impulses face consequences. With that philosophical observation, we retired to our respective rooms. I lay awake for some time, my mind too active for immediate sleep, contemplating the events of the evening and the confrontation that awaited us on the morrow. Tomorrow, Victor Castelain would attempt his third murder, unaware that his weapon had been neutralized and his crimes discovered. Tomorrow, we would see whether Holmes's prediction about the criminal mind proved accurate. And tomorrow, one way or another, the adventure of the Crimson Portrait would reach its conclusion. The following day dawned grey and drizzling, one of those peculiarly English spring days where winter seems to briefly reassert its claim upon the season. I rose early, despite my late retirement, and found Holmes already dressed and consuming coffee with the single-minded focus of a man preparing for significant action. "Good morning, Watson," he greeted me. "I trust you slept adequately. We have a rather full day ahead of us." "Well enough, considering the circumstances. What time do we depart for Castelain's studio?" "The sitting is scheduled for 3 o'clock. I propose we arrive at approximately 2:30, which will give us time to position ourselves and observe Castelain's preparations. Miss Adler will meet us there. I sent word to her first thing this morning. I have also dispatched a telegram to Inspector Lestrade, asking him to be available at short notice. Once we have Castelain's confession, we shall need the official machinery of justice to take over. You're confident he will confess, then?" "I am confident that when confronted with the failure of his method and the evidence of his crimes, he will find it psychologically impossible to remain silent. Such men, convinced of their own cleverness, nursing grievances they believe justify their actions, invariably wish to explain themselves. It is, in many ways, the very quality that made them commit the crimes in the first place, the need to be recognized, to have their ingenuity acknowledged. We spent the morning in final preparations. Holmes reviewed his photographs of Castelain's coded notebook, making detailed notes on the chemical transactions and timeline of events they revealed. I occupied myself with writing up my medical observations from Dr. Greenwood's account and Dr. Fenimore's specimens, creating a comprehensive record that might prove useful in any subsequent legal proceedings. At precisely 2 o'clock, we departed Baker Street in a four-wheeler, Holmes having decided that the weather and the need for a certain dignity of arrival warranted a closed carriage rather than a hansom. As we drove through the rain-slicked streets, I found myself reviewing the case in my mind, marvelling at the intricate chain of deduction and evidence that had led us from two apparently natural deaths to the threshold of exposing a calculated murderer. "Holmes," I said as we approached Kensington, "what if we're wrong? What if Mrs. Blackwood does become ill despite our substitution of the pigments? What if there's another mechanism we haven't considered? A valid concern, Watson, and one I have contemplated. However, I am confident in our analysis. The substitution was complete and thorough, and I personally verified the purity of the replacement vermilion. Mrs. Blackwood will be in no danger from toxic vapours. Of course, if Castellane has prepared some entirely different method of poisoning, we shall intervene immediately. That is why we shall be present and watchful throughout the sitting. We arrived at Castellane's building to find Miss Adler already waiting in the shelter of a nearby doorway, elegant as always, despite the inclement weather. She greeted us with a nod and a slight smile that suggested she shared our sense of anticipation mixed with apprehension. "Gentlemen," she said quietly, "Mrs. Blackwood arrived 10 minutes ago. I saw her enter. She appeared in excellent health and spirits, quite unaware of the danger she would have faced had you not intervened. Castellane has been in his studio since noon, preparing for the sitting." "Excellent," Holmes replied. "Now we must position ourselves where we can observe without being seen. Miss Adler, you mentioned there is a photographer's studio on the ground floor." "Yes, and I have taken the liberty of making arrangements with the proprietor, Mr. Simmons. He is aware that police matters are involved and has agreed to allow us access to a storage room that shares a wall with Castellane's studio. There is even a small ventilation grate through which we may be able to hear, if not see, what transpires above." "You are, as always, remarkably efficient," Holmes said with evident admiration. "Please lead the way." Mr. Simmons proved to be a nervous, elderly man who clearly wished to have nothing to do with whatever dramatic events were about to unfold in his building, but who possessed sufficient civic responsibility to cooperate with our investigation. He showed us to the storage room Miss Adler had mentioned, a cluttered space filled with photographic equipment, backdrops, and various props used in his trade. True to her description, a small ventilation grate high on one wall provided an acoustic connection to the studio above. Holmes immediately positioned himself beneath it, his head tilted in an attitude of intense listening. I stood nearby while Miss Adler remained by the door, ready to alert us to any developments. For several minutes we heard only indistinct sounds, footsteps, the scraping of furniture being positioned, the general noise of preparation. Then a woman's voice, cultured and pleasant, commenting on the light and the arrangement of the chair. Castellane's reply was too muted to make out clearly, but his tone seemed cordial, professional. The sitting began. Through the grate we could hear the occasional small sounds of the painting process, a brush being dipped and stirred, the creak of Castellane's easel as he shifted position, the periodic silence of concentration. Mrs. Blackwood spoke occasionally, making pleasant conversation, which Castellane answered with what seemed like appropriate responses. 15 minutes passed, then 20, then 30. I found myself checking my watch repeatedly, marking the time, remembering Dr. Greenwood's account of how long Lady Elizabeth had sat before her collapse. Holmes remained perfectly still, his entire being focused on the sounds from above, alert for any indication of distress. At approximately the 40-minute mark, precisely the period when both previous victims had succumbed, I heard a small sound from above that made my heart lurch. But it was merely Mrs. Blackwood asking if she might shift her position slightly, having grown stiff. Castellane's voice, when he replied, carried an unmistakable note of tension, even confusion. "Of course, Mrs. Blackwood. Perhaps we should take a brief rest. Would you care for some tea?" "That would be most welcome, thank you." Holmes turned to me, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He's beginning to realize that something is amiss. She should have shown symptoms by now, and she is perfectly well. His confusion will be mounting. This is the moment, Watson. Miss Adler, if you would be so kind as to remain here with Mrs. Blackwood when we bring her down, I believe Dr. Watson and I should pay a visit to the studio above. We left the storage room and climbed the stairs to Castellane's studio, Holmes leading the way, with the confidence of a man who knows he holds every advantage. He knocked firmly on the studio door, and after a moment's pause, it was opened by Castellane himself. Victor Castellane was a man of perhaps 40 years, with dark hair greying at the temples and the kind of carefully groomed appearance that suggested vanity. His face was pale, and I noticed a slight tremor in the hand that held the door. Signs of stress, certainly, though whether from guilt or merely from the strain of his failed murder attempt remained to be seen. "Yes," he said, his accent carrying traces of his French origin. "I am in the middle of a sitting. Whatever you wish to discuss must wait." "I think not, Mr. Castellane," Holmes replied, his voice carrying an edge of steel. "I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson. We are here regarding a matter of attempted murder, specifically your attempts to poison Mrs. Blackwood, as well as your successful murders of Lady Elizabeth Carrington Blake and Mr. Jonathan Hartwell." The effect of these words upon Castellane was remarkable. His face, already pale, went absolutely white. The tremor in his hand increased noticeably, and for a moment I thought he might actually faint. But he recovered himself with visible effort, though his attempt at indignation was unconvincing. "This is outrageous. I have no idea what you are talking about. Mrs. Blackwood, please forgive this intrusion. These gentlemen are clearly deranged." "Mrs. Blackwood is perfectly safe now," Holmes interrupted calmly, "though she would not have been had Dr. Watson and I not substituted your adulterated vermilion with genuine pigment last night. Your murder weapon has been neutralized, Mr. Castellane, and your crimes are known to us in complete detail." I moved past Castellane into the studio, where Mrs. Blackwood sat in evident confusion and growing alarm. "Mrs. Blackwood," I said gently, employing my most reassuring medical manner, "I am Dr. John Watson. I must ask you to come with me immediately. You are not in any danger now, but this sitting must not continue. A lady is waiting downstairs who will explain everything." She rose, clearly bewildered, but responding to the authority in my voice and manner. "I don't understand. What is happening? Mr. Castellane, what is the meaning of this?" Castellane seemed unable to respond, his face now showing not just shock, but the beginning of genuine fear. As I escorted Mrs. Blackwood to the door, I heard Holmes continuing in that same calm, implacable tone. "You studied paint chemistry in Germany, did you not, Mr. Castellane? You are considered something of an expert on the properties of pigments and their compounds. A useful specialization. It allowed you to create a murder weapon that would appear to be innocent artists' materials." I guided Mrs. Blackwood down the stairs, where Miss Adler was waiting to receive her with that particular combination of warmth and competence that immediately inspired confidence. As I returned to the studio, I heard Castellane's voice, now shrill with desperation. "You cannot prove anything. These are the ravings of a madman. I know nothing of poisoned pigments or murdered sitters. This is all some terrible mistake." "Is it?" Holmes replied, his tone almost conversational. Then perhaps you can explain why your vermilion, the jar on your work table there, contains not pure mercuric sulfide, but mercuric sulfide deliberately adulterated with mercuric oxide, a compound that releases highly toxic vapors when exposed to the heat, light, and solvents present during the painting process. That is, someone must have tampered with my materials. I am as much a victim as... Please, Mr. Castellane, do not insult my intelligence further. We have your notebook, with its coded entries documenting the purchase of chemicals and the interception of a delivery to Harrington and Sons. We have the card from Timothy Blackstone indicating when Sebastian Ashworth's storage room would be accessible, allowing your assistant to substitute adulterated pigments for genuine ones in Ashworth's studio. We have testimony from staff at Harrington's regarding your assistant's suspicious behavior. And we have the simple fact of pattern: 3 portrait sittings, 3 incidents of sudden collapse during the second sitting, all 3 involving artists who had recently secured commissions you had sought for yourself. As Holmes enumerated this evidence, I watched Castellane's resistance crumble visibly. His shoulders sagged, his face twisted with various emotions, fear, anger, and something that might have been twisted pride warring for dominance. "You think you're so clever," he said at last, his voice bitter. "You with your famous reputation, your published cases, your devoted chronicler. But I too am clever, Mr. Holmes. I created a method of murder that medical examiners called natural death. I struck down my rivals and made it appear as though fate itself had intervened." "Your rivals," Holmes said quietly. "Lady Elizabeth Carrington Blake was no rival of yours. Nor was Jonathan Hartwell. They were innocent people whose only crime was choosing to be painted by an artist you envied." "They chose Ashworth over me," Castellane burst out, all pretense of innocence now abandoned. They and dozens of others choosing his pedestrian work, his common touch, over my superior technique. I trained in the finest ateliers of Paris, studied under masters, devoted myself to perfecting my craft. And yet they chose him, a mere illustrator, a craftsman, barely worthy of the title artist. So you decided to destroy him by making his sittings fatal, I said, unable to contain my disgust. To murder innocent people, simply to damage a rival's reputation. "They were not innocent," Castellane shouted, his composure completely shattered now. "They were guilty of appalling taste, of rewarding mediocrity while ignoring true artistry. And yes, I did decide to destroy Ashworth, to make the world see that sitting for him meant death, that his studio was cursed, that he was somehow responsible for these tragedies. It would have worked too. He would have been ruined, his clients would have fled, and I would have been there to receive the commissions that should have been mine all along." "You speak of your technical cleverness," Holmes observed, his voice carrying a note of contempt. I rarely heard him direct at anyone. "Yet, you failed to consider the most basic element of your crime. That true cleverness is not merely technical, but moral. You had the knowledge to commit murder invisibly, but you lacked the wisdom to see that your grievances did not justify such actions, that your wounded vanity was not worth the lives of innocent people." Castellane laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. "Morality. You speak to me of morality. What is moral about a world that rewards the pedestrian and ignores the exceptional? What is just about a society that values charm and accessibility over true artistry? I merely corrected the errors of an unjust world, Mr. Holmes. I removed obstacles and created opportunities for genuine talent. My talent to receive its due recognition. You murdered 2 people and attempted to murder a 3rd, I said flatly. There is no philosophy, no justification that can transform those acts into anything other than what they are. The crimes of a vain, bitter man who valued his own success above human life. At this moment, we heard footsteps on the stairs, and Inspector Lestrade appeared in the doorway, accompanied by 2 uniformed constables. Holmes must have sent word for him to come at a predetermined time, confident that a confession would be obtained. "Mr. Holmes," Lestrade said, taking in the scene with his experienced eye, "I trust I haven't arrived prematurely." "Your timing is, as always, impeccable, Lestrade. Allow me to present Mr. Victor Castelain, who has just obligingly confessed to the murders of Lady Elizabeth Carrington Blake and Mr. Jonathan Hartwell, as well as the attempted murder of Mrs. Henrietta Blackwood. The evidence is comprehensive, and the confession complete. I believe you will find this one of the more straightforward arrests of your career." Lestrade nodded to his constables, who moved forward to take Castellan into custody. The artist, or should I say, the murderer, seemed to have exhausted his emotional reserves. He offered no resistance as the handcuffs were applied, merely standing with a kind of defeated resignation that was somehow more disturbing than his earlier vehemence. "The vermilion," Holmes said, indicating the jar on the work table. "That is the murder weapon, Inspector. Dr. Watson and I substituted pure pigment for the adulterated compound last night, which is why Mrs. Blackwood survived her sitting. The original contaminated material has been preserved as evidence. You will also find in Mr. Castellain's desk a notebook detailing his crimes, as well as correspondence that establishes motive and opportunity." "Very thorough, Mr. Holmes," Lestrade said with genuine appreciation, "though I confess I don't entirely understand the mechanism of the poisoning." "Mercury vapor," I explained. "Mr. Castelain adulterated genuine vermilion pigment, which is relatively safe, with a more volatile mercury compound that releases toxic fumes when exposed to the conditions present during oil painting. The sitter, positioned at a specific distance and remaining still for an extended period, inhales a concentrated dose of these vapors, leading to acute mercury poisoning that mimics cardiac failure or stroke." "Diabolical," Lestrade muttered. "Using the very process of creating art as a means of murder. I've seen many clever crimes, but this is among the most cold-blooded." As the constables prepared to escort Castelain from the studio, he suddenly turned back to Holmes, his face showing a desperate need for some kind of recognition, even from the man who had exposed him. "You must admit, Mr. Holmes, that the method was ingenious. To commit murder in plain sight, to use materials that appear entirely innocent, to create a poison that activates through the very act of painting. Surely you can appreciate the intellectual accomplishment, even if you condemn the application?" Holmes regarded him with an expression that combined pity and distaste. "I appreciate ingenuity when it is applied to worthy purposes, Mr. Castelain. The application of intelligence to the destruction of human life is not worthy. It is merely pathetic. You had gifts, knowledge, skill, creativity, and you chose to pervert them in service of your vanity and resentment. That is not genius, it is waste." Castellan's face contorted with rage and despair, but before he could respond, the constables led him firmly from the room. We could hear his footsteps descending the stairs, then fading as he was taken out to the police wagon that waited below. Lestrade remained behind to secure the evidence, making careful notes of everything Holmes indicated. As he worked, Miss Adler appeared in the doorway, having apparently satisfied herself that Mrs. Blackwood was safely away and in no need of further assistance. "Is it over?" she asked quietly. "It is over," Holmes confirmed. "Castelaine has confessed, the evidence is secure, and Mrs. Blackwood is safe. I believe we can consider this case closed." "And Mr. Ashworth?" she asked. "What becomes of him now?" "Once the facts of the case become public, as they inevitably will through the trial, his reputation will be restored. He will be seen as the innocent victim of a rival's malicious scheme. Indeed, I suspect he may find himself receiving more commissions than ever, as people are drawn by the notoriety of the case and the vindication of his innocence." "A silver lining, at least," Miss Adler observed, "though I imagine the memory of those deaths in his studio will haunt him for some time." "Undoubtedly. But he is young yet, and resilient. With time and continued success, the trauma will fade." We remained in the studio for another hour while Lestrade completed his work, during which time Holmes explained the case in complete detail for the official record. When at last we emerged into the late afternoon, the rain had stopped, and pale sunlight was breaking through the clouds. I felt the particular exhaustion that follows intense mental and emotional exertion. "I believe," Holmes said as we walked toward the street to hail a cab, "that this case deserves a celebratory dinner. Miss Adler, would you do us the honor of joining Dr. Watson and myself? I know an excellent French restaurant where the food is superb and the discretion absolute." She smiled, and for a moment I saw pass between them something of that complex history Holmes had always kept so carefully private. "I would be delighted, Mr. Holmes, though I must say, after today's events, I may never look at a portrait painting in quite the same way again." "Nor I agreed fervently. "The whole affair has rather tainted what should be one of humanity's more innocent and uplifting activities." "Perhaps," Holmes said thoughtfully as our cab arrived, "but it has also demonstrated something important, that even the most subtle and sophisticated crimes can be detected and defeated by careful observation and rigorous analysis. Castellan believed he had created the perfect murder. Instead, he has merely provided another example of the principle that intelligence without wisdom and skill without conscience inevitably lead to failure." As we drove through the evening streets toward our dinner engagement, I found myself reflecting on the case and its implications, how close we had come to another death. If Holmes had not pursued his chemical analysis, if Miss Adler hadn't provided crucial intelligence about the art world's rivalries, if any one of a dozen small details had been overlooked, Mrs. Blackwood would now be dead and Castelaine free to continue his terrible campaign. It was a sobering thought, and one that reinforced my conviction that Holmes's work, our work, was not merely an intellectual exercise, but a genuine service to society, preventing tragedies and bringing to justice those who would prey upon the innocent. The adventure of the Crimson Portrait had reached its conclusion, and justice, though delayed, had ultimately prevailed. And so I return, as I sit here by my study fire on this quiet October evening, to the present moment, to the act of recording these memories in the pages of this journal, to the contemplation of all that the case of the Crimson Portrait taught me about human nature, about justice, and about the peculiar friendship that has defined so much of my life. The trial of Victor Castelaine took place some 3 months after his arrest, and it proved to be one of the more sensational criminal proceedings of that year. The courtroom was packed daily with artists, society figures, and the merely curious, all drawn by the macabre novelty of a murder method that had turned beauty into death, and transformed the intimate act of portraiture into an occasion for calculated killing. Holmes, of course, was the star witness, presenting his evidence with that characteristic combination of precision and dramatic flair that made even the most technical testimony compelling. I watched from the gallery as he explained the chemistry of mercury compounds, demonstrated how the adulteration would have appeared invisible to the naked eye, and reconstructed the timeline of Castellan's crimes with inexorable logic. The jury sat transfixed, occasionally glancing at the defendant with expressions of horror and fascination. Castellan himself seemed to have retreated into a kind of bitter silence. Gone was the vehement pride in his own cleverness that he had displayed when first confronted with his crimes. In its place was a cold, withdrawn demeanour, the manner of a man who had gambled everything on a grand scheme and lost. He offered no defence beyond a formal plea of not guilty, which his solicitor presented with obvious reluctance, knowing the evidence was overwhelming. The verdict, when it came, surprised no one. Guilty on 2 counts of murder and 1 of attempted murder. The sentence was death by hanging, later commuted to life imprisonment owing to certain technical legal arguments I confess I did not entirely follow. Castellan was transported to Dartmoor, where I understand he remains to this day, painting mediocre landscapes for the prison authorities and nursing his grievances in solitude. But it is not Castellan who occupies my thoughts this evening as the fire burns low and the October wind rattles my windows. Rather, it is the others touched by this case, the victims and the survivors, and what their stories reveal about the terrible fragility of human life, and the equally remarkable resilience of the human spirit. I called upon Sebastian Ashworth some weeks after the trial concluded, finding him in his Bloomsbury studio, looking considerably healthier than when I had first met him. The pallor and trembling had been replaced by a cautious optimism, and the studio itself seemed somehow lighter, as though a shadow had been lifted from it. "Dr. Watson," he greeted me warmly, "how kind of you to visit. I wanted to write to you and Mr. Holmes to express my gratitude, but somehow letters seemed inadequate to the task." "No thanks are necessary," I assured him. "We were simply doing what needed to be done. Nevertheless, you saved my reputation, possibly my sanity, and certainly prevented another death. I find myself in your debt in ways I cannot possibly repay." We spoke for some time about the aftermath of the case. As Holmes had predicted, the public revelation of Castellan's scheme had indeed restored Ashworth's reputation, and more than restored it. He had received numerous commissions in the weeks following the trial, including several from prominent families who wished, as he put it, with wry humour, to be painted by the artist who survived a murderer's campaign. "I confess I find the notoriety somewhat distasteful," he admitted, "but I am grateful for the work. And more than that, I am grateful to be able to paint again without the shadow of those deaths hanging over me. For weeks after Lady Elizabeth died, I would approach the canvas with actual dread, wondering if somehow the act of painting itself had become cursed. To know that it was Castellan's deliberate malice, not some mysterious curse or fault in my own methods, there is relief in that knowledge, even as I mourn the victims." "And young Timothy?" I asked. "How has he fared through all of this?" Ashworth's expression grew troubled. Poor lad. He was devastated to learn that his friendship with Marchmont had been exploited, that he had been used as an unwitting tool in murder, The guilt has weighed heavily on him, though I have repeatedly assured him that he bears no responsibility. He could not have known Marchmont's true intentions, nor suspected that simple information about studio routines could be used for such terrible purposes. Is he continuing his apprenticeship? He is, though I confess there were times when I feared he might abandon art altogether. But he has shown remarkable fortitude. Just last week, he told me that he wishes to become not just a painter, but someone who can help protect the integrity of artists' materials, to study the chemistry of pigments so that such adulteration might be more easily detected in the future. I believe he wishes to transform his guilt into something constructive. I found this deeply moving, the young man's determination to create meaning from tragedy, to ensure that the deaths he had unwittingly facilitated wouldn't be entirely without purpose. It spoke to a resilience of spirit that our world too often overlooks in its rush to assign blame and move on to the next sensation. Before I departed, Ashworth showed me his current work, a portrait of an elderly gentleman, painted with evident skill and that quality of warmth and psychological insight that Castellane's technically perfect but soulless work had always lacked. As I looked at it, I found myself thinking about the nature of true artistry, how it requires not just technical proficiency, but genuine empathy, a willingness to see and honor the humanity of one's subject. "You know," Ashworth said quietly as we stood before the canvas, "Castelaine was right about one thing, even if he was monstrously wrong in how he acted on it. The world does sometimes reward mediocrity over excellence, charm over substance. But what he failed to understand is that art is not a competition with winners and losers. Each honest work, each genuine attempt to capture something true about human experience, has value, regardless of whether it receives the most prestigious commissions or the highest prices. His bitterness poisoned not just his pigments, but his entire understanding of what it means to be an artist." These words have stayed with me, for they speak to something larger than this particular case, to the way in which envy and resentment can corrupt not just individuals, but entire endeavors, transforming what should be a source of joy and meaning into an occasion for comparison and grievance. I also maintained contact with Mrs. Henrietta Blackwood, the woman whose life we had saved by our timely intervention. She wrote to me several times in the months following the trial, and I eventually called upon her at her home in Belgravia to discuss the aftermath of her near-death experience. She proved to be a woman of considerable intelligence and composure, qualities that had served her well in processing the knowledge that she had sat, all unknowing, in the presence of a man actively attempting to murder her. "The strangest part," she told me over tea in her elegantly appointed drawing room, "is how ordinary it all seemed at the time. I sat in that chair, making pleasant conversation, watching Mr. Castelaine paint, and I felt nothing unusual, no sense of danger, no premonition of evil. It was simply a portrait sitting, slightly tedious as such things can be, but nothing more. And yet I was breathing in poison, coming within minutes of the death that claimed Lady Elizabeth. It has made me think differently about the nature of danger, Dr. Watson. How much of our safety depends on things we cannot see or know, protected by people whose vigilance we may never even be aware of. I am glad we were able to provide that protection in your case, Mrs. Blackwood. As am I. But it has also made me wonder about all the other dangers we navigate unknowingly, the accidents that almost happen but don't, the illnesses we avoid by chance, the malicious intentions that are thwarted before they can reach us. We move through life assuming a certain baseline of safety, never realizing how many invisible threads must hold together to maintain that illusion. Her philosophical perspective on her experience struck me as remarkably mature. Many people, confronted with such knowledge, would have been paralyzed by fear or anger. Mrs. Blackwood, instead, had found in it an occasion for deeper reflection on the nature of existence itself, the precariousness of life, and the necessity of gratitude for the protections we enjoy, both known and unknown. She told me that she had not abandoned her plan to have a portrait painted, though she had understandably decided to employ a different artist. Sebastian Ashworth, with characteristic generosity, had recommended several colleagues he trusted, and she had ultimately commissioned one of them to create the portrait originally intended as a gift for her husband. "I refuse to let Castellane's evil rob me of the experience," she said firmly. "Portrait painting is a beautiful tradition, an attempt to capture something essential about a person and preserve it for future generations. To abandon that, because of one twisted individual, would be to grant him a victory he does not deserve." As for Irene Adler, or Miss Adler, as she consistently insisted on being called, she departed London shortly after the trial concluded, returning to the continental life she had been leading before this case drew her back to England. But before she left, she called upon Holmes and me at Baker Street for a farewell visit that I found both touching and revealing. Holmes received her with evident pleasure, though he maintained his characteristic reserve. I observed them together with the particular interest of one who has witnessed the evolution of an extraordinary relationship, one built on mutual respect and intellectual equality, rather than the conventional dynamics of Victorian courtship. "I wanted to thank you both," she said as we sat in our familiar chairs, "for allowing me to participate in this investigation. It reminded me why I occasionally miss the challenge of London, the opportunity to use one's intelligence in service of justice, rather than merely in service of survival or entertainment." "Your assistance was invaluable," Holmes replied. "Without your knowledge of the art world and your intelligence about Castelaine, we might not have identified the perpetrator in time to save Mrs. Blackwood. You have our gratitude, Miss Adler." She smiled, and I saw in that smile something of the complex history between them, a history I suspected neither would ever fully articulate, but which added depth and poignancy to their every interaction. "Tell me, Mr. Holmes," she said after a moment, "what did you think of Castelaine's argument, his claim that the world's failure to properly recognize his superior talent somehow justified his actions?" Holmes considered the question seriously. "I think he confused technical proficiency with artistic vision and external validation with internal worth. His paintings were indeed technically accomplished, but they lacked soul. They were perfect in execution, but empty in substance. Rather than recognizing this and working to develop the emotional depth his work lacked, he blamed others for failing to appreciate skills he possessed while ignoring the qualities he lacked. It is a common failing among the merely clever." "And what separates the merely clever from the truly wise?" she asked, though I sensed she already knew his answer. "The ability to see beyond one's own perspective, to value truth over ego, and to recognize that intelligence is only as worthy as the purposes to which it is applied. Castelaine had knowledge but no wisdom, skill but no conscience, ambition but no humility. The result was not genius, but monstrosity. "Well said," Miss Adler replied quietly. "I have known many clever people in my travels, Mr. Holmes, but few truly wise ones. You are among that rare company." The compliment seemed to genuinely please him, though he deflected it with characteristic modesty. They spoke for some time more about various subjects: art, crime, the changing nature of London society, the curious intersection of beauty and danger that the case had revealed. I mostly listened, content to observe two remarkable minds in conversation, finding pleasure in their evident enjoyment of one another's company. When she finally rose to depart, Holmes walked her to the door, a courtesy he rarely extended to visitors. I saw them exchange a few quiet words at the threshold, too soft for me to hear, and then she was gone, leaving behind only the faint scent of her perfume and the memory of her remarkable presence. Holmes returned to his chair and sat in silence for several minutes, staring into the fire with an expression I could not quite read. Finally, he spoke without looking at me. "She is singular, Watson. In a world that too often rewards conformity and punishes independence, she has created a life entirely on her own terms. I find that admirable." "As do I agreed. "Do you think you'll see her again?" "Perhaps. Or perhaps not. But that is the nature of such connections, is it not? They exist whether or not they are actively maintained, a permanent alteration in the landscape of one's life." It was, I reflected, as close as Holmes ever came to acknowledging emotional attachment, to admitting that another person had claimed a place in his carefully guarded inner world. I was honoured that he had shared even this much with me, and I knew better than to press for more. The months have passed since then, the seasons turning from spring through summer into this present autumn. The case of the crimson portrait has receded into memory, joining the long catalogue of investigations that have filled our years together. And yet it lingers in my mind with particular vividness, for reasons I have only recently begun to fully understand. I think it is because the case touched on something fundamental about the human experience, the way in which beauty and horror, creation and destruction can exist in such intimate proximity. Castelline used the materials and methods of art to commit murder, transforming spaces of creativity into chambers of death. It was a perversion not just of chemistry, but of human purpose, a corruption of the impulse to create and preserve that stands at the heart of civilization itself. But the case also revealed the opposite truth, that dedication, intelligence, and moral courage can identify and defeat even the most subtle evil. Holmes's methodical investigation, Miss Adler's strategic intelligence, my own medical knowledge, even young Timothy's innocent cooperation that was later transformed into determination to prevent future crimes. All of these combined to stop a killer and protect the innocent. There is something profoundly reassuring in this, particularly as I grow older and more aware of my own mortality. We cannot prevent all tragedies, cannot save all victims, cannot right all wrongs. But we can try. We can bring our skills and knowledge to bear against injustice, can refuse to accept the convenient lie when the difficult truth remains to be uncovered, can stand in defense of those who cannot defend themselves. This, I think, is what my long association with Sherlock Holmes has taught me above all else, that individual action matters, that the application of reason and courage to the problems of the world can make a genuine difference, that we need not be passive witnesses to evil, but can be active, opponents of it. The fire is burning very low now, and the hour is late. Outside my study window, the October night has deepened into that particular darkness that comes just before dawn. I should retire to my bed, should set down this pen and close this journal and return to the normal routines of sleep and waking. But I find myself reluctant to end this recording, for there is something satisfying about the act of writing itself, of transforming memory into narrative, experience into understanding, the chaotic events of life into the ordered progression of story. It is, in its own way, an act of creation, an attempt to make meaning from the raw material of existence. Perhaps this is what all artists do, whether they work in paint, or words, or music, or any other medium. They take the fragmentary, confusing experiences of human life and shape them into something coherent, something that speaks to universal truths while honoring particular details. The best artists, like the best detectives, I suppose, see both the surface and the depths, attend to both the specific and the general, recognize both the unique qualities of a moment and its connection to larger patterns. Sebastian Ashworth, with his warm humanity and his genuine interest in his subjects, understood this. Victor Castelain, for all his technical skill, did not. He saw competition where there should have been community, grievance where there might have been gratitude, justification for destruction where others found inspiration for creation. And in the end, this made all the difference. Ashworth survived and will continue to paint portraits that capture something true about the human spirit. Castelain sits in prison, his talents wasted, his ambition transformed into bitter ashes. There is justice in this outcome, but also sadness. What might Castelain have accomplished if he had learned humility, if he had channeled his knowledge and skill toward worthy purposes, if he had understood that recognition matters less than integrity, that external validation matters less than internal growth? We shall never know. And that, too, is part of the tragedy. Not just the lives he took, but the life he wasted, the person he might have become, but chose not to be. I find my thoughts turning, as they so often do at the end of a case, to Holmes himself, to the nature of our friendship, and what it has meant to me over these many years. We are different men, he and I, with different temperaments and different gifts. Where he is purely intellectual, I am more emotional. Where he is content with solitude, I crave companionship. Where he seeks truth regardless of comfort, I sometimes prefer the consolation of partial knowledge. And yet, we have formed a partnership that has enriched both our lives, a friendship that has survived danger, disagreement, and the inevitable friction that comes from long association. I have witnessed his genius countless times, have marveled at the workings of that extraordinary mind, have seen him solve mysteries that would have defeated lesser intellects. But more than this, I have come to know the man behind the intellect, the person who takes genuine satisfaction in preventing tragedy, who possesses a moral compass as reliable as his analytical skills, who values justice not as an abstract concept, but as a practical necessity for human flourishing. He would dismiss such observations as sentiment, would deflect any suggestion that he operates from emotional or moral considerations rather than pure logic. But I have been his companion too long to be deceived by such protestations. I have seen his anger at injustice, his satisfaction in protecting the innocent, his genuine pleasure in intellectual companionship. He is more human than he pretends, more connected to the world than he admits. And I am grateful, deeply, profoundly grateful, to have shared this life with him to have witnessed these investigations, to have played my small part in bringing criminals to justice and protecting the vulnerable. When I am gone, and these journals are all that remain of our adventures together, I hope that readers will understand not just the cleverness of the solutions, but the moral purpose that motivated our efforts. We did not solve crimes merely as intellectual exercises, did not pursue criminals simply to demonstrate superior reasoning. We did these things because they needed to be done, because innocent people deserved protection, because evil, left unchallenged, will flourish and spread. This was our purpose, our shared mission, the thing that bound us together across all our differences and through all our years of partnership. And if the case of the Crimson Portrait demonstrated anything, it is that this work matters, that the application of intelligence and courage to the problems of injustice can save lives, restore reputations, and prevent tragedies. Not always, perhaps. Not in every case. But often enough to make the effort worthwhile. Often enough to justify the late nights and the dangers and the ceaseless vigil against the darkness that is always seeking to encroach upon the light. The fire has gone to embers now, and the first light of dawn is beginning to show at the edges of my curtains. It is time, at last, to set down this pen and close this journal, to return to the world of waking action after these hours of contemplation and remembrance. But I am glad I took this time to record the case in full, to reflect on its meanings and implications, to honour the memory of those who died and those who survived, to acknowledge the complexity of human nature that the case revealed. For we are all, in the end, mixtures of light and shadow, capable of both creation and destruction, driven by motives we do not always understand toward ends we cannot always foresee. The difference between the virtuous and the vicious is not the absence of difficult emotions. Envy, resentment, ambition all exist in most human hearts, but what we choose to do with those emotions, how we allow them to shape our actions and define our characters. Victor Castellane chose to let his bitterness poison not just pigments, but his entire soul, transforming his gifts into weapons and his art into a vehicle for murder. Sebastian Ashworth chose to persist in his craft despite tragedy and accusation, to maintain his integrity in the face of suspicion, to create beauty despite the shadow that had fallen across his studio. We all face such choices, in ways large and small, throughout our lives. The cumulative effect of these choices determines not just our individual fates, but the character of the world we create together. May we choose wisely. May we choose with courage. And may we always remember that beauty and goodness are worth defending, even, especially, in a world where they are sometimes under assault. These are the lessons of the Crimson Portrait, the truths I take from that strange case into the remainder of my days. And now, as the dawn breaks fully over London and a new day begins, I close this journal with gratitude for the life I have lived, the friendship I have known, and the small part I have been privileged to play in the eternal struggle between darkness and light. The case is closed, the story is told. And tomorrow brings new challenges, new mysteries, new opportunities to serve justice and protect the innocent. But that, as they say, is a story for another day.